Philadelphia.
Hi, Priscilla.
Aye.
We're gonna be starting the meeting soon, so I'm just gonna leave you open, all right?
Yep, I'll be out in space somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. I am going to eat, so.
You're on the speaker, just so you know.
Hey, how are you? See.
Good, how are you?
Good. Hey, how are you? Good. Oh, it's also springtime.
You ready?
Is it okay? You can stand by.
Let's receive the king. We were right there. We got some.
Again,
Feeling better?
I just didn't.
Right there. That's up for Billy tonight.
Mr. Osmond, you know, they aren't receiving it, so I told them what it was and I just laid it down there, okay? It's on, you know, my body cam rolling, so.
Mr. Lane, until the end of the night, I'll just take it.
I have no authority to search you, but Mr. Croce asked if you were having any weapons or anything, so just, you don't, I understand, I always know you have those pot knives on there, but I have no authority to take that off of you right now, it's your personal property, but just so you're aware, that's what that interaction was, all right?
Why did you single him out?
I don't know, I don't speak for anyone but myself.
You know, well, if they, you should. You're fine. Look. 6:30, I'd like to call to order the April 17th Lower Saucon Township Council meeting at 6:30. Call to order the meeting, roll call, Kath.
Hang on, wait a second, hold on, we have the chair's not here,
Right, and it's 6:30, the meeting starts at 6:30, Steve.
and the vice chair.
And I'll call the roll.
You can't call the roll.
I'll call the roll if I want to. Jason Bananas.
I'm here.
Tom Caroci.
Here.
Victoria, Laura Ray.
No, we're not doing that.
Here.
That'll work.
And, all right.
6:30.
You stand for the pledge? You stand for the pledge?
No?
Yep, stand for the, yeah, I know you might probably don't believe in standing for the pledge. The rest of us do. Mr. Bowen, you stand for the pledge? Please stand for the pledge. Firefighters, please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's go. All right, thank you all for standing. Call the roll, please.
Hang on, wait.
It's 6:30, Steve, you don't run the meetings, you're not elected. You don't run the
And
meetings.
you're not the vice chair.
That's right, but you don't run the meetings either, so be quiet. Nobody elected you, be quiet.
I'm the solicitor.
Doesn't matter.
The vice chair is here?
You're actually, you're interim solicitor, so let's be clear.
Yes, interim. One at that, one at that.
Let's start with the top.
Ms. Ray?
Roll call.
Roll call. Ms. DeLeon?
Sounds like she's absent.
Here by phone. Mr. Benonis?
I'm here.
Mr. Caroci?
Here.
Ms. Cordero? Here. And Ms. Ray? Here. Township manager, acting manager is here, township solicitor, township engineer, Frank Hooker, and administrative assistant, Stacy Werkheiser.
Great. All right. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, so.
So there's no executive
no, We're
session.
gonna redo the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, we had no executive session to announce, so there's no potential action on our executive session. The public comment procedure, the rules are out there in the handouts when you come in the door. But in general, we allow for public comment after each agenda item. There's a 5-minute limit. We ask you to be respectful and to everybody up here and in the audience and address council. We're gonna start with I don't see any junior council members here, so you're gonna start with them at the top of the meeting, so they don't get me up here late. So first agenda item, we have a presentation by our Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. It's their annual report presentation that they do each year. So, if you guys wanna come share the table?
should the president have to have North Saucon Fire Rescue?
So as you see, we're here to do our year-end presentation from last year. Has everybody had a chance to look at it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Can you remind everybody again on the good intent calls? I know you explained it to me, but just in case someone doesn't know what that
So
is.
if you go to the next page, it'll explain what your call types are. So the 600s is your good intent. So 611, 622, 631, 651, and 652.
Can you just give like our definition of what a good intent is?
So when we put it in a report, it could be, it categorizes it for us, like, dispatch canceling route, no incident found on arrival, that type of stuff. You know, dust, somebody reports smoke and it's dust cloud, or, you know, some type of vapor or something like that. So it's not, it's more or less like a false alarm.
Okay, so it requires you to come out, respond to it, and assess the situation, but it's something that would not require an actual
Right.
fire,
Yep.
fighting
Right.
event.
Yes.
I think, I would appreciate if you could just kind of go through the report and talk about all the things that you do within the report. I think it's really well done. I appreciate all the work into it. I think it would be helpful for the public to see and hear from you, like to explain what the report is. I know some people aren't able to see it, or they're listening for the first time tonight and didn't have a chance. So I think it'd be really helpful if you could just go through it, and then we'll try to figure out if there's any additional questions.
Yeah. All right, so the report's generated from the information that we put into our system that gets reported to the state. This is how the state keeps track of incidents in the Commonwealth. So we have a pie graph here, shows the majority of what our calls are. It has it broke down into overpressure, rupture, explosions. I mean, thankfully, that's only one incident this year, or this past year. So on, so you can see, hazardous conditions, so no fire, so that might be, a car leaking oil or something of that sort. And it's pretty self-explanatory. And then you go to the next page, so page 2 of 3. It's breaking down the incidents by building fires, versus chimney fire, brush fires, so on and so on. I'm not gonna read the whole list off, because there's quite a few in there. And then there's a little bit of, on the next page, there's 3 categories. Any questions on that?
I think it looks pretty good. I like that you have all the detail about the type of incidents. Can you just tell me, out of the types of categories you have here, if you know, or if you can, it's okay if you don't, but, what amount of these calls do you have to generate a report from?
Everything that's here is generated, has generated a report, that's what I have. So, calls or times that the pager goes off and we don't record is if they need a fire officer to call in for a burn complaint or something like that. So this is actual calls that a number from the county, from the 911 center generates.
Okay,
So
and then.
we don't include, like I said, we don't include if they call for a chief officer to call in, even if it's, hey, we have a complaint, what do you want us to do? You want us to dispatch or send the police? Usually in those kind of circumstances, I'll have the police send, especially like for a burn complaint,
Can you explain what you have to do when you report it, like for this particular log, how you do that?
So, yeah, good, because Scott QC most of them.
So how it works is when somebody picks a phone and calls 911, that information is entered into a computer, to our computer-aided dispatching system at the county. Then they dispatch us, they open our pages up, they send us the fire call. And that call is completed, county keeps a log of everything, all the information, the trucks on scene, any kind of radio traffic, everything. That text file or that CAD file gets sent to our software, which is emergency reporting. And emergency reporting, we go through emergency reporting and we add our staff to it, we add a narrative to the call, basically what we did on the call, what happened to the call, any pertinent details about the building, any pertinent details about the structure, anything like that, that's all gets added into emergency reporting. And then once that information gets added into the reporting system, it goes one more step where myself or our deputy chief Eric will actually go through and will quality control the call. So we have two people that actually enter the calls for us in the company. We have a gentleman that does the first 15 days, we have a gentleman that does the second half of the month. And then myself and Eric actually go through and we quality control the whole call again. We go back in and make sure everything is right. And the reason we do that is because the state of Pennsylvania looks at this stuff for our grants, and the federal government does too. So when these calls are completed in the system, the federal government can look at it and so can the state. So it's important that we, have all the right information and everything in there.
Okay, and then, you said there's two individuals that cover the month, they split in half.
Yeah.
And are those, volunteers?
Yeah, they're volunteer, yep.
Okay, so do they, perform that duty above and beyond, like their normal training
Yes.
and response to
Yeah.
fire calls?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they probably spend, I want to say they spend probably 4, maybe 5 hours each month putting, in 15 days, putting their calls in.
Depends how busy that.
It depends on how busy it is. So we could have a month where we run 20 calls, we could have a month where we run 100, very few, but we have 120 calls. So, and then it takes me and Eric probably an additional 4 to 5 hours to go back through and check everything.
So this is on top of the normal duties.
Yep.
And then that is something that's critical for you to obtain, any federal or state grant
Absolutely, yeah.
to support the
Yeah.
organization?
And not to mention, if, our records get subpoenaed, or they're happy, like, insurance companies put in asking for information, so you gotta make sure everything's right.
Okay. Thank you
Pretty
very
much
much.
required by the state at this point.
Okay. And then, I guess you wanna continue on with the report? Because we got through that part, so I see that we have some,
So the next page, so you can show that, it shows the incline of calls since 2016, since we did our Operation Emerge. We're on a pretty steady uphill climb here. 2016, we were at 407, and this past year, we finished at 868.
527 were in the township,
Right, right.
so there was over 350 outside of township,
Correct.
which we don't receive any money.
Upper Saucon gives us a donation every year, the township sends us a check every year.
How much?
I think it was $1,000.
1,000, usually 1,000.
Well, that's good, because there was 49 calls to Upper Saucon Township. We get a donation from Howard.
No,
We responded there how many times?
I got 4 years.
It says Dewey. Now, why does it say Dewey instead of Howard?
Well, because it's Dewey Fire Company.
Why does it still says Fountain Hill?
What's that?
It says Fountain Hill, it says Coopersville.
Yeah,
It
well,
says Upper
Dewey,
Saucon.
right, Dewey goes by, Hellertown Fire goes by Dewey.
That's their name.
Their actual name.
All right.
So, and we receive mutual aid from these companies too, so we give mutual aid and we also receive.
Correct, I can give a good example.
Now,
We just-
I'm not done yet, I was talking and you're interrupting me, I was talking, I was asking questions, you're interrupting me. For Fountain Hill, there were 102 calls, how many of them were at St. Luke's facilities?
We have to pull it.
Find out.
Can you pull
A
it
couple.
Yeah, I'm speaking, Mr. Ray, and I have the floor, so please do not interrupt me. Very rude, very rude. Okay, so, 527 Lower Saucon calls out of 868, and you'll get me the number of Fountain Hill were 102, and St. Luke's is roughly owns, what, 40–50% of the Fountain Hill is their property?
I'm not sure.
Correct, you used to be sure. And then,
Well, I was never sure.
how many, and you'll get me the number of St. Luke's calls?
Yeah, for 2023, right?
For 2024,
Yep, absolutely.
And so, starting the beginning of this year, Fountain Hill has taken us off all their automatic fire alarms. So
Okay.
we just respond to major incidents now, so like a structure fire, dwelling fire.
So this 102 for Fountain Hill included all calls?
Any call that we went to there, yes.
Okay, but you think it'll be less in 2024
Oh,
because?
sure.
Because of the nature of the calls that you're called out?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Ray, I'm finished. If you, for the time being, if you would like to, I'll recognize you.
I just wanted to point out regarding the mutual aid, so, I mean, I know everybody helps out everybody, and we just had a house fire last week, right down the street from me, so the fire, police was stationed outside my house, trying to make sure, keep traffic off the road and get all the trucks in there, so just in what I saw, Palisades Regional, Williams Township, Springtown, Regotsville, that's what I saw coming from my end, so coming from the other end, I'm not sure, but I'm sure Dewey came up the other end, and I'm not sure who else was there, but there was an awful lot of trucks there, and nobody really questions, you don't help us enough, or we don't help you too much, it's sure that everybody who has their house on fire would be happy to see a pumper truck show up, and pumper truck number 2, and pumper truck number 3, because I don't know how quickly those empty out, and you need the next one right there, so the next one can go get refilled, so. I just think you guys did a great job that day, it was a lot of work, and it's sad, that's what happened.
Okay, so overall, it shows that you have 868 total calls for year 2023?
Correct.
Okay. And then it shows you have like an upward trajectory, it looks like more than doubled since 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Has your volunteer force increased to at the same rate that you responded to calls?
No, I mean, here recently, we've been doing pretty good picking up new members. But if you would break it down in a percentage, no, we're not gaining as many members as we're going out to calls. So it's just the folks that have been on board since 2016 when we did our operational merge are just picking up more and more calls. And farther back, well, actually, the next page, 2 pages, I guess. Keep going.
Going.
All right, that's where I'm at. Go ahead.
One more.
One more. So that'll show you the members that respond to calls, what their call volume rate is out of that 868 calls.
So is it fair to say that your volunteers are putting in more hours to this year than they would have put in 2 years ago or 4 years ago?
Yes, oh, yeah.
And I see, I do want to point out, I think it's tremendous that all of these members are putting in time. I think you have trainings once a week,
Every Monday night we train.
and how
Unless
many
it's a
hours?
holiday.
How many hours of training is that?
We try to do at least 2 to 3 hours on a Monday night, and that's on top of guys are taking special classes. You know, firefighter 1 alone is, I think, 198 hours now. That's just so you go in a burning building and stuff, vehicle rescue, hazmat training, and then any other type recently, the officers of the fire company here, it's been 3-4 nights a week for fire department activities, meetings and training. So, yeah, it's a
And,
lot to do.
just because you mentioned it, I thought it was interesting, you indicated a firefighter one, you were indicating that in order for that person to be able to go into a burning dwelling, they would have to complete that, course and be certified in the firefighter one.
Correct.
And how many hours is that?
It's about 198, I think is what it's up to now. They keep adding to the program. They're trying to enroll more and more trainings into it, so when they have a recruit, instead of making him go and take separate other classes, while they have him locked down, committed to the one, they just file a bunch of stuff in there. So they get several certifications from this going to class one, or going to school once. And I think it's anywhere from like 6 to 7 months now it takes.
And who is they? Who is the person, who is the entity that creates this class?
So we do most of our training through Bucks County Community College. They have a outstanding emergency service program that offers national certifications. So we pay a prescription every year. It allows us to send our members to firefighter one, and it gives us 2 additional certification classes a year for the folks that, already completed firefighter one. So like, we've been doing our 1006 vehicle, we did our 1006 vehicle rescue, which gives us a pro board certification for heavy rescue. That will follow us anywhere in the country. Trench rescue, we finished last summer, so, we've been going after classes like that to keep up with our national certifications.
So is it fair to say that the national certification criteria has increased over time to include more requirements for a firefighter one? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, not just for firefighter one. I mean, you can go just to firefighter one, and maybe that's all you want to do. But our mindset at Lower Saucon is, especially since we have a heavy rescue, that, we got the equipment on the truck, we need to be trained to use it. And, so that's where these other specialty classes come in. And it's not everybody wants to do heavy rescue, they just want to fight fire. So the majority of our members are trained the same across the board.
So they have the firefighter one plus what would be the requirements in light of the specifics of our township and our need in our township.
Yes.
So there's additional hours, additional certifications on top of the 198 for the firefighter one.
Yes.
And that's volunteer time that they're giving, the 198 hours to become a firefighter.
Yeah.
On
It's
top
usually
of,
Monday, for firefighter one, they usually do, Monday and Thursday night, and then Saturday and or Sunday.
and you said that takes about 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight on this particular page, the personnel, that are listed here that have all responded. I want to thank them for their time and for their efforts in responding and for going through all of that training. I think it's phenomenal. I'm not sure, I'm aware of another volunteer organization that in our township that has that many hours or requirement to fulfill to service our residents. So I just want to say thank you to all of them for all of that.
Council,
And then,
for 5 years.
and
I
you could go to the budget section. Can you kind of describe about what's going on with your budget?
Sure. So this is our 2023 P&L. So first section is going to be income. What we had budgeted is the center column, what we expected to make off of it, what we actually brought in is in the first column. So you can see our car drive, our fund drive, our other grant. That column is actually an AFG grant, not AFG, FEMA grant. We're working on bringing that in. Pipeline grant, we did not receive that. PCNR grant is still being processed, so is the SAFER grant. So you can see the state grant down there for $28,000, and then our township allotment for the year. So there's our gross numbers on the bottom, along with donations and our total contributions for the year. What we expected to bring in, like I said, is in the center column on the left is what we actually brought in. And then, you scroll up a little more, right there. And then, other revenue is, dividend, interest earned, rent from our social halls, our Lightsville, our Whiteville, our Southeastern, our Steel City Hall, the total rent income. We did sell some excess equipment we didn't need anymore, and we had a couple of more donations that came in. Our call billing for hazmat calls was a big whopping $824. And so that's at the very bottom. You can see our total income for the year was $779,504. We expected it to be a lot more. We expected that $982, but like I said, we were waiting for that grant. And then right below that is our expenses, starting off with bereavement expenses. And you can scroll down further, keep going to the next page. Yeah, so here we go. So general expenses, admin, car show, maintenance on our buildings, maintenance on our halls, public relations stuff, communications, equipment purchases, wearable equipment, which is turnout gear, hoods, gloves, clothing, helmets, boots, all that stuff. Fuel is, we have an allotment from the township on the fuel. This is what we went over our allotment. So we ended up going over by $7,300 and change. Our incentive payout, our loan payment obviously is next, and then maintenance on our buildings, and then maintenance on our trucks. Now, we don't budget maintenance on our trucks because they have to be fixed because people rely on them. But you can see here, 1611 was 9,300, 1612, which is owned by the township, was 19,000 and change. 1613 was 2,000, that's the Steel City truck. 14 is the truck at Whiteville, that was 21. And then, so on and so on. So it gives you an idea. And that's our whole fleet, basically. So apparatus was a little over 100,000 for the year. Maintenance on our Southeastern station, our Steel City station, medical services, recruitment and retention, reimbursement for members, sale of apparatus and equipment, station supplies, uniforms, utilities, the whole nine. So if you go on the very bottom, and so here you go. So our net income for the year was $3,200. Whew, it's a good year. Basically, that's where we're at. That's our P&L statement. We're still doing our 2023 taxes. The accountant is going to start working on those in May, so it takes a little longer for us to go through. But that's kind of where we are.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that, Scott. So you had mentioned that there's a FEMA grant that's still pending, so that's not included in these figures, correct? What's the amount that's being sought?
There's a 2023 FEMA grant right now, which, 2024, so where we got 2023, is 265, it's a safer grant. So we're waiting for that money to come. We applied for the 165 payout on it already, so we're waiting for that payout, any additional 100,000 or so, once the process is done.
So if and when that grant is funded, that will adjust these figures. These figures are not accurate because it doesn't include that grant.
Yes.
Okay, so
we
the
bring in-
$2,000 of net income that you're talking about is actually going to be off by about $265,000.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. So on the expense side of this thing, you look at the budgeted expense, and the budgeted expense is $1.067 million, and it came in, the actual expenses were $802,000. So it looks like the budget was off by $250,000. Either the expenses were overestimated, or you guys did a heck of a great job in controlling expenses to come in well under budget. Do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, we did a heck of a job to control expenses.
Great job.
Yeah, we really did last year. We anticipated expenses on the trucks, and we knew we were gonna do a lot of maintenance, so we cut back on spending a lot of money and stuff.
Okay.
So we cut back.
I just want to go over another thing that I have here. Now, we don't have your Form 990 for 2023, and I have your Form 990 from 2022, and I got that in my right to know request.
Sure.
And that looks like that was submitted in November of 2023. So I'm anticipating your 2023 Form 990 will be submitted probably around the same time, much later this year.
Probably, yeah. The reason it was submitted so much, so late last year is because we were in the process of doing that and doing our BCO 101 form, and we were also, working on Steel City taxes all at the same time.
Okay. Well, the Steel City tax thing, that's done because you guys are merged, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
we
you don't
still
pay
have to
that.
file, one more year of taxes.
Okay.
So this year will be the first year that we will have
Got it.
consolidated taxes, we will be filing for Steel City.
So your 2022 Form 990 that you submitted to the Internal Revenue Service says that your contributions and grants from the prior year, this would have been 2021, was $468,000 roughly. And then the current year, which would be 2022, that number, your contributions and grants jumped all the way up to $1.243 million. That's almost a $750,000 increase. What do you attribute that to?
The FEMA grant we got for the radios,
Okay.
which was 500, well, the grant itself, I think was like 350,000. Township gave us some money towards the radios for that. And also, I believe that was the same year that the SCBA AFG grant cleared through. I believe both those were in that year. So that's why there was so much more coming in and going out because of those two grant items.
Got it, but let's look at 2023. If we go back to your financial statements that you provided here in your packet, it looks like your actual total grants government, plus contributions and gifts is a total of $606,000, almost $607,000. And then if you were to add in that $265,000 FEMA grant, you're at almost $900,000. That's accurate?
Yeah.
So your contributions and grants that you're, wait, hold on, the contributions and grants that you're projecting here, for calendar year 2023 are basically double what they were in 2021, based upon the Form 990, right? Because Form 990 in 2021, prior year, was $468,000, and 2023, based upon the financial statement, as well as the pending 265, is over $900,000, so it's essentially double, right?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify on the SAFER grant, the $265,000 one. That's actually 4 years. So we're applying for all that money in one shot, and we should get that back. But we actually, that SAFER program is for recruitment and retention, our pay-per-call program, a bunch of other stuff. We ran that program over 4 years. And now we're at the end of that cycle, that 4-year grant period. So we're gonna be applying, we applied to FEMA already to get those payments.
Okay.
So that's, so yeah, I get where you're coming from, but it's also, we spread those costs out over 4 years. So it looks like there's a big pile of money coming in, but in reality, it wasn't, because it was 4 years worth of expenses on that grant package that we're getting reimbursed for.
Well, let's look at the Form 990 again for 2022. If we look at prior year, line 22, net assets and or fund balances, that total was $3.261 million. And in 2022, the current year for when this was submitted, that number jumped all the way up to $3.857 million, basically an 18% increase. So you haven't calculated yet what your numbers are for 2023, right?
What year is that, 2021?
So the prior year, which would be 2021, this is according to your 2022, Form 990, $3.261 million that you had in net assets and fund balances. And then in 2022, you reported to the IRS that your net assets or fund balances were $3.857 million, an 18% increase year over year. But you don't have numbers for 2023 yet because you haven't gone through the account.
Correct.
Okay. So I brought this up
Do
before.
you want to know why there was the increase there? Because it was because the ladder truck came online.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. So that's what.
Yeah, that's a ladder truck that the township paid part of.
Yep, exactly.
The substantial part of it.
Yep.
75%.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Of 1.5.
So, back in January, the three cover-up girls in this council increased taxes by first publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget, and then second, by increasing taxes and holding in reserves greater than 25% of what they should be permitted to do under the law. And part of that, what they did was they increased the fire services tax. And they I believe, they were trying to paint a picture of poverty here for the fire department, for the volunteer fire services that we have in the township. And nothing could be further than the truth, because we have a Form 990 that shows that the net assets and funds that you had in 2022 were $3.857 million, went up 18% year over year. And in fact, the total contributions that you received in both government grants and gifts is double what it was in 2021. Is that a fair statement? Okay. While we're on the subject here, you remember back when, in the fall last year, we had meetings, we had a fire services group, committee, and this was to study a new fire station for the fire department. And that was gonna be, we're looking at something centrally located, Polk Valley Road, because of the changing dynamic and demographics and locations of the population within the township. We talked about, consolidating fire stations, closing fire stations and building it over there. I'm not a liaison to fire services. I don't think Tom Carochi is the liaison to fire service anymore. Have there been any other discussions about that effort? I mean, there was a report that was generated. A lot of people put time into that effort to identify the needs for the fire department. And it's now been 4 months that the 3 cover-up girls have the majority of this council, and they haven't, as far as I know, haven't done a damn thing to advance that project, which are in the interest of public safety. Is that fair? Have you had any meetings with them?
We've had meetings with them.
Okay, with who, when, who was there? Was it a quorum? What was discussed? I mean, this is all news to us. Again, all the information I get, Scott, and this is regrettable that you and Ty have to hear this, but the public has heard this many times. I've submitted literally hundreds, if not thousands, of right-to-know requests to the township to get information that should be readily available to me as a council person and should be readily available to the public because they have an interest in these things, okay? Because it's their tax dollars that are being spent on different things for this township. But yet all this stuff is never transparent. It's not transparent. It hasn't been for 4 months. They've had secret meetings off-site, okay? I've gone on and on about these things. So I'd like to know what meetings have taken place, what was discussed, who was there. Let's put it out there so the public knows, so that I know, because I'm a voting member of council and I'd like to know about these things.
We are the lead.
I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to them, I'm not talking to you, don't interrupt them.
Don't
I'm
interrupt
asking
them.
him for an answer, you don't have to jump in and cover for him or cover for yourself.
He has the
Sit
floor.
down, I asked him
He
a
has
question,
the
allow
floor.
him to
Don't be
answer.
rude.
I think that if
Don't be
you're
rude.
making statements
Pipe down. How's
about.
that?
No, it's a
the
question.
council,
You're not
It's
recognized.
a question.
I think that
Not
when it
recognized.
comes to
It's a question.
Would you gavel her and make her stop talking so the gentleman can
All right,
answer the
slow
question?
down. Real slow
Can you
down.
gavel her so that we can answer the question that I asked
Mr. Rhodes has the
her?
floor.
It's not that hard of a question, it's not that hard to get control. I know it's your first time. I realize it's your first time. I realize it's your first
I do
time.
apologize to our fire department for
Please
making
answer the
their
question.
meetings.
Don't allow her to interrupt
They
you.
do and they don't do,
Should
because
answer
you're
the
here
question.
volunteering for us,
Answer the
and
question.
you're here to support our township and everything you do.
Okay,
hundreds
if
of
she's just
hours.
gonna keep talking, I'm just gonna keep talking too, because I'd like my
So
question
I think
answered,
that
because
it's
I haven't
appropriate
recognized her,
For
and I still have
everybody
the
to
floor.
understand that number one,
Would you please
fire
gavel her?
services
Would you
meetings
please gavel her?
are always
Would you please
done,
gavel her?
not in any
Would you
majority
please
of
gavel
council,
her?
but they
Would you
are
please
done.
gavel her?
Fire services.
I'm not being so disruptive to you. I asked you a straight question. I'm sorry that she's wasting your time and your energy here. You guys are volunteers. It's a straightforward question. She wants to politicize this issue. I'm really sorry for that. I'm really sorry.
I think it's also very appropriate to understand that we have, again, volunteers here trying to present their presentation. And I think that they should have the right to present their presentation without being interrogated.
You asked me
I would
questions.
say,
You asked me questions too.
very, very
You asked me
kindly,
questions.
both of
You're such a
you,
hypocrite.
that we are
You
not
are a
in a
hypocrite
court.
clown.
We are not in a
Why don't we do this?
court.
Everybody stop for one second.
How about if you answer the question that I asked you?
Steve,
How about somebody answer
Steve,
the
you know he
question
had
that I
the floor,
asked?
Steve, you know he had the floor, tell her to be quiet.
We should
You know he
respect
had the
these
floor,
people.
do your job. No, I don't listen to you.
Yeah, I believe you.
You're right.
No, he doesn't.
I don't.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, wow. So he is a, he's elected member.
No, Jason has the floor. Jason had the floor. Give him the floor. Give him the floor.
time.
Jason has the floor. Give him
I
the
mean,
floor.
save
If we
yourself
all
the
could be
aggravation,
kind
because these are
and
clowns.
respectful
You're dealing with
and at
clowns.
least give each other the opportunity to answer one at a time.
Everybody stop
Jason
talking,
has the
everybody
floor.
stop for a minute. Just
Jason has
stop.
the floor.
Just stop talking
Who's
for 1
running the
minute.
meeting?
Stop.
So,
Stop. Let's, sir.
How about the
we have been,
acting council president?
we
gets
have
control
been
of the
meeting with the liaison
Okay.
committee of fire services.
Wow, a little late, maybe 10 minutes earlier,
Right.
fool.
Ask your questions again, Jason. Ask your questions. He's
I
answering your
I know
questions.
these questions.
No, you don't.
I don't.
Go ahead. No, he ain't a bunch of them. Go ahead. You're more than just whether you're mad or not.
Who you met with, when did you meet, what did you talk about? That's what I'd like to know, because this isn't being
And
transparent.
were they public meetings?
Yeah,
No, they're not public meetings, because there's a
Ah.
there's a lot of stuff that we can't have out in the public. So we've talked,
Example of a category there, a category, not as specific, a category that can't be out there in the public. Because you're asking for $235,000 tonight, later on in the meeting, and you won't have public fire meetings. So you're asking for
no, we
$235,000 taxpayer
we
money.
never had public fire meetings, so,
Well, but, you know, you're asking for a lot of money there.
right,
All
and
right.
we need that money.
So
because
it should
it's
at
not
least
cheap
be able
for
to
this
answer
to be-
Jason's question.
answer my question, guys.
So, Laura Ray and Victoria Updorf are on the committee, and then it's the chief officers and the president of the fire department that meet. So we brought them up to speed, just like when you got on the committee, we had to bring you up to speed.
Sure.
There's a lot to take in. We've discussed buildings and trucks and, everything that we've discussed in prior meetings.
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the dates right off the top of my
Did you
head.
meet with them?
I think 3, possibly 4 times already.
All right, what was
We've been
discussed?
trying to meet once a month.
Okay, has that occurred?
Yes.
Okay, have they both been present?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that they haven't reported any of this back to council or the public?
Yeah, it's not up to me. I don't.
I know that. I'm not asking if it's up to you, I'm asking are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Do you find it regrettable that the people that are supposed to be liaison with the fire service, hold on, with the fire services, aren't actually communicated to the other members of council and public what you're talking about in terms of having a centrally located fire station that's gonna cost millions and millions of dollars to build, right?
Right, but we haven't gotten that far
I'm
yet.
talking to you, I'm not talking to you.
We
I'm
haven't
not
gotten that far.
talking to you, would you stop interrupting them?
It's not
What is wrong with
their
you? Do
presentation.
you have a condition that you have to blurt out like that? What is it?
She's got plenty of-
Should I have the same condition that you have?
No, I don't think you do.
I have a question. Good, keep going.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm not interrupting you. I'm not interrupting you.
You're running the meeting. You're running the meeting. Be nice. Hey, I have a question. No, I'm not, I haven't asked my question yet about the finances. Maintenance of 1611.
Well, can I get an answer to my whole question?
Right.
I don't think my whole question was
No, it
answered
wasn't,
yet.
it wasn't. But, I mean, it
What
can
did
answer.
I miss in your question?
Do you find it unfortunate or concerning that the people that are liaising with fire services are reporting back to council what they're talking about and the needs that you're bringing to their attention in terms of equipment and facilities?
That's an unfair question. You said you didn't know what was happening.
Okay. Oh, I have a question.
Because I told them that they haven't reported to us.
Right.
Assuming I'm telling you the truth, okay? I'm not lying to you. Assuming I'm telling you the truth, do you find that to be concerning?
Whatever they do is up to them. I can't control what they do, and nothing really has been presented that has to take any kind of great measures at this point. So I'm sure once we get to that point, hopefully they discuss it with the rest of the council.
When you say at this point, what are you referring to? I mean, do you have a timeline where you want to have this fire services building built?
Not right now, no.
Okay. So there's no urgency to it?
Well, there is an urgency to it, but there's a lot of moving parts, as you know, and now that we have to get folks up to speed again, that kind of, put us back a little bit, but we'll get there. One is
What's your time
there's
frame?
no property acquired yet, and I think even when you guys were on it, that was the main topic of, property.
Have you talked with the liaisons from council about acquiring a piece of property?
Yes, that's been discussed.
All right, what have you discussed? Might as well talk about it now. Let's get it out.
Well, we talked about what exactly was in the report, so.
So you basically told them what was in the report, and that's all the discussion was? You haven't found a parcel, you haven't tried to identify a parcel to do this going forward?
We haven't, because we've been bringing them up to speed on the fire
months.
services. Yeah.
4 months.
Well, we're only meeting an hour or two a night when we do meet. And, there's a lot going on. So,
Yeah.
but it's on the radar, you know, I don't know what else to tell you with that.
It may be on the radar, it's not getting done. It's not getting done with these people.
Well, we're gonna keep pushing it forward ourselves, so.
Well, you're not pushing it right now, you're having conversations.
No.
And again, I appreciate your volunteers and I appreciate what all you guys do.
Yeah.
And I want us to have the best fire services for our community. And you've known that when I was in the majority of council. We supported you guys tremendously in acquiring equipment, apparatus, donations, whatever we could do. I think it's important what you guys do. And I don't want to see it take a step back because of these people. And I don't want to politicize because of these people.
Now, me, a
Just
16
be quiet. Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem too? Because clearly she can't control the meeting, so you have to yell out "wow" because I make a comment, all right? You haven't been recognized, ma'am, so I would ask you to please stand down and not make comments.
Stand up.
No,
Okay.
I don't need you to stand up. I said, what's your problem? I said, what's your problem?
I have a-
Well, my question was, I don't know what your problem is, yelling
All
at
right,
me.
everybody stop, slow down. I have a question. I have a question. On 1611, what truck is 16? It says maintenance 9,000.
That's the E1 that used to be at Whiteco, that's over at the Lightsville station. So that's an engine at the
Okay.
Lightsville station.
And what's 1632 again? Which one's?
That's a tanker out of Southeastern,
Okay. Ty, where's your vehicle, the one you drive?
1648.
1648. 1648. And just $1,000 this year maintenance. Looks like 1,089. All right. All right, and then just, I mean, out of curiosity, obviously, you know, expenses are going up. It's going to be probably just going up in the future. And then you also have, you know, plans for kind of a modern station for the next 50 years. What is the volunteer fire services, what is their stance on how that should be paid for? Meaning tax dollars, landfill revenue?
It's not up to us on how it's gonna be paid.
I didn't say it was up to you. How do you expect it to be paid for?
I don't know, I mean, it's,
Well, besides taxes and landfill revenue, what other sources of revenue are?
there's, you can get grants, but they're only good for 3 years, and then after that 3 years or 4 years, whatever the grant cycle is.
Well, we looked at grant, you can't get a grant to build a whole fire station. You might get a grant
Right.
to build a portion of it.
Yeah,
So
depending
again,
on,
what is the leadership of the volunteer fire services in Saucon Township? What are your expectations for these very expensive projects? What are your expectations for how they will be funded?
well, that's why we're talking with the township to come up with a plan, because that's where the money's gonna have to come from, a majority of it. So whether that's taxes, I don't know,
Or landfill revenue?
whatever they decide. You guys decide.
You don't care where the money comes from as long as you get the money, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, because we have to provide emergency services to the township.
Right, but there's different levels of emergency service. You guys do a very good job, and you also have very good equipment. You know, there's other municipalities that don't have as nice equipment, don't have the number of volunteers either. You know, the services are, you know, not to denigrate it, but probably a little lesser than the services that you guys provide. You guys provide great services, right?
Correct.
And that's what, a big component of that, you would have to agree is funding.
Well, sure, I mean, you're gonna attract people if you have good equipment and good practices and good training, you know, so, yes.
And that funding, historically in Lower Saucon Township, has come from landfill revenue and tax revenue.
Years ago, there was, and Kathy could talk about it a little bit more, she's more familiar with it, but years ago, there was a fund that landfill money was put into to help pay for fire apparatus. And
Right.
then that went away for quite a few years, and then the fire tax was enacted.
Right. But there's limits to the fire tax. I believe it's at 1% now. That can only go up to about, I think, 2% under.
I think it's 3 mil.
3 mil under Pennsylvania, and it's 1 mil now, right?
1.9.
So there's limits to taxes. So even if you raise it to 3 mil, you may not have enough for all that you really want for, you know, a firehouse for the next 50 years, or to keep the level of service, quite frankly, you have now, compared to a lot of other municipalities that don't have the funding from a landfill or tax base. That you know, certainly Fountain Hill doesn't have the funding that Lower Saucon has, right?
Correct.
No landfill, Fountain Hill, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, they have a large property owner, St. Luke's, that doesn't pay property taxes at all. Right. So, so it's all on the backs of the taxpayer, so Fountain.
Well, I think St. Luke's did give a donation for an engine 2 years ago, they bought a truck.
Okay.
But I don't know what the number was exactly, but.
But it's certainly not like tax revenue or landfill revenue. It's nothing that can be counted on year to year, like those sources of funding.
Probably not unless they sit down and talk to St. Luke's and say they need a certain amount of money from them. I mean, I don't know if they've done that, the fire company over there has done that yet or not.
So to do what you guys want to do over the next 5, 10, 15 years, it's gonna have to come from either a combination of tax revenue and landfill revenue, or all tax revenue. But if you go to all tax revenue, there's limits, right? We've agreed to that. There's even limits on the property tax, on how much property taxes can be in Pennsylvania as well. So there's limits in the tax. And there's limits to the landfill money as well, because if there's a post-municipal inspection agreement, provides for a certain amount every year, and as long as the landfill's open and operating, that would be it. All right, well, I think, you know, that's the conversation to continue in the future, is how will all this be funded when people are making decisions about shutting the landfill down, and you know, what kind of fire services we want. I mean, you could say, all right, shut the landfill down, no revenue, and we'll do tax services, but that hasn't worked out so well for some other municipalities that don't have landfill. Would you agree with that?
I guess I try not to worry about other municipalities, but.
Right, but there's other municipalities even around us, Fountain Hill and Hellertown, that rely solely on tax dollars, and contributions, that don't have landfills in those municipalities.
And you rely on Lower Saucon Township.
Correct. And they rely on Lower Saucon Township to the tune of 120 calls a year for the duty, and 102 calls a year Fountain Hill. 222 calls were Fountain Hill or Hellertown, who only rely on tax base to fund their volunteer fire services. And you know, our calls in the township were a little over 500. So it was almost half of our calls. Half of Lower Saucon Township calls are also made up of you know, Fountain Hill and Hellertown.
Yeah, but they weren't the only ones.
Right, they weren't the only ones, but they're kind of the ones in close proximity that, again, only rely on increased tax revenue to fund high quality volunteer fire services. I don't know how high quality they are or aren't. I know ours are. I'm familiar with ours, of being the fire services liaison for so many years. So keep up the good work, and I think if you want to do, you have to. We're going to need landfill revenue money to do what you want to do. If you don't have it, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to accomplish anything. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ray, for not interrupting me and letting me speak, Ms. Ray. I appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen, and I apologize for what has happened here this evening and interrogating you. I appreciate your volunteer time for being here, for putting your report together, again, another volunteer effort, and for all of your time in trying to raise your independent funding to help supplement our township residents. And I think it's tremendous that we have a volunteer force. I think everybody should recognize that when there's a fire and there's an emergency, you are the ones that protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize for Victoria talking over Jason, for her general behavior, so I apologize for that.
Yes. So the next item is a developer item. A review and possible action on Bethlehem landfill, Steely lot change.
So, well,
Pardon? You're not
I
coming
have
up.
an comment.
Okay,
Oh, they already left.
They're gone.
They're gone.
well, you can still comment.
Can we comment? Is that
I agree.
I'd like to comment.
Now we-
Sure. I go.
Now we,
Hang on for a minute. I recognize Mr. Berlin.
now we're trying to get Priscilla.
Well, in the meantime, I recognize Mr. Berlin.
Okay, you're not running the meeting.
Can you,
Go ahead, go.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, hang on for one moment, we're trying to see what we can hear.
Sure. Sure, yeah, go to the microphone.
Can you try to, Priscilla,
can you, well,
you're breaking up a little.
She spent 4 days in Hershey, Pennsylvania at a PSATS conference on the taxpayer dime, and she can't make the meeting. She can't attend a meeting.
Or get a phone that works.
Yeah, we'll get a phone number, sure.
okay.
Staying at the Hershey Lodge, I guess, on the township taxpayer dime.
Okay.
She can't make it to a
Quiet,
meeting.
Tom, you are not
She
recognized,
doesn't
it's
work.
Priscilla.
Well, Victoria was never recognized, and she spoke
Okay, well,
over Jason all
you're
the
not
time, and you didn't do
recognized,
anything,
and
you didn't
Priscilla
gavel,
is talking.
you didn't gavel or anything. So, you know, why didn't you gavel?
There are no
Could you
Why
be
didn't gavel? There's
quiet?
no rules.
It's
There's no
Priscilla's
rules.
turn
That's
to
right.
talk.
You never told Victoria to be quiet when Jason was talking.
That would be nice, I would've liked
I mean,
that.
that would've been
Okay,
nice.
children.
Would've been a courteous thing to do, would've been a courteous thing to do. I recognize Mr. Berlin, go ahead.
Maybe we should take a recess until we can have people
All right,
follow
am I-
order. I think it's.
Yeah, I recognize you, Mr. Berlin, go ahead.
We can take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. mhm. Huh?
Madam Chairman, Vice Chairman,
Yeah.
no, one moment, we're still having technical difficulties. Just hang on.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
We're having technical difficulties with the phone, so just give us a moment, please.
Who's on the phone?
Priscilla is on the
Yeah.
phone. Priscilla.
Allegedly. She may still be in Hershey on taxpayer dime. Who knows?
Okay. So, I'd like to go on record. Can you hear me?
No,
Yes, Priscilla, go
To
ahead.
go on record,
Record.
thanking all the fire company members and volunteers and for putting together and really appreciate the food. And
I would like to make a motion to pay double pay to the transcriptionist who tries to transcribe that correspondence.
I'll second it.
All right.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor.
And a
There's a
second.
motion on the floor.
And a second.
There's a motion and a second. There's a motion
I
and a
think you wanted
second.
to say thank you,
There's a
and
motion and a
appreciated
second.
what the
There's a
fire
motion.
company did for all of their time coming here
Can we
tonight.
get a roll on my
You don't
motion?
know that
That's
you said that.
that's the most.
You don't know that.
Who's gonna get a chance to speak here?
Yeah, hopefully. Victoria, let's
Double
speak.
pay to the transcriptionist from the past.
Yeah. There's a motion.
Ms. DeLeon,
That's the motion.
the motion is to pay the transcriptionist double.
For having to
For
transcribe
transcribing your
your
correspondence.
no, my answer is no.
What was her answer?
No.
No.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
No.
Mr. Caroche.
Yes, it really would be helpful to have a cell phone in Steel City. I assume Ms. Daly owns in Steel City, and maybe this is why the cell services work, because we don't have a cell tower built there yet. But, you know, it's just, it obviously just shows the need, so I hope Ms. Kate Durso can use this as evidence that in her appeal. Ms. Daly, you're calling from your home in Steel City?
Yes.
And this is bad,
So the vote is no?
no, I still voted yes.
Everybody, yes, I apologize.
Ms. Reddick, absolutely no, it's ridiculous, so let's move on.
Mr. Gissing, you should vote too. He's
Yeah, I know, you're right.
He's on council.
Okay, Mr. Goulon will do the, audience participation on the fire.
I'm recognized?
Yes, for the fire presentation item.
Right. Thank you, because I did read all of the documents and the numbers. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You want to talk?
Oh, now she's running the meeting. Pam Hall's running the meeting. Welcome to the council. Come on down.
Looks like, looks like we have a couple of people running the meeting here.
Yeah.
Waiting for the smoke to clear. I spent about an hour on this. Unlike other people, I recall when the fire committee was here the last time, they described in detail how they trained, how long they trained, and I think it's fantastic. That's not the point. It really bothers me when people grandstand on the council, and they're really nice and warm and slushy, and don't talk about the facts. They ask all of these questions that we already had answered for us in a previous meeting. So I object to that. What I'm interested in is, I think it's called the budget item here, the report by the Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue, and the numbers, not how long they, how many, whatever. There's no doubt about how good this fire company is. Their website is spectacular if you haven't been on it, so I don't need people grandstanding. I'm most interested in where the money's coming from, where it's going, how the performance of this fire company is doing, and a lot of that, by the way, and I would love to poll the council and ask them some simple questions, but I know I can't get any answers to that. And that is, for you that don't know about the Gold Star Award, maybe you could just shake your heads if you know what that is. I see no head shaking, okay. Well, at any rate, the bottom line is if you go on their website, you will see they compete. All their financials are there. Mr. Solicitor, are you with us? Okay. I was hoping you would pay attention, because this is important, and I will bring it up. Is this thing on?
Yes.
Okay. It is important, I will bring it up at the end. The bottom line is, they have many, many pages, all their financials, what they're doing, where they're going. Yep, here it is, all here, right? Here's their financials, page after page, charts, everything else. Now, I would say there are other people in other towns that have 501c3s who do not report any of this information. So seeing how open this fire company is and hearing the councils, some of the council, ask detailed information about the financials is exceedingly important. That says you really care about it, okay? And for you of those, or you on the council that didn't understand what was being said, there are clearly several people that do understand the numbers and what the implication is, all right? And I'd love to see everybody on the council understand those numbers instead of looking like deer in the headlights for these numbers, all right? The other thing is, I would say, the public is supposed to have a right to be able to speak here, and if we have certain people just absolutely talking over others, that's not gonna work so well. And by the way, I encountered this before with one of the council members who sits up with you now, and she saw her fit to speak for 20 minutes, and then when it was my turn to speak, I got up and I got shut down because she was mad at something that was said, and the meeting terminated, so I never got a chance to talk. And I see that's what's happening here, right? Person talks for 15 minutes, asks all, what color is your truck kind of thing, and then finally terminates, somebody else starts asking hard questions, and they get shut down by the typical way that you shut people down, just keep talking. So that's not so good. Anyhow, I would commend the fire company. Yeah, there's their report, got it all, got all the numbers, really had a lot of questions to ask. For instance, have no idea why it is that there are so many vehicle accidents, and do we pay for them? Is it the accidents on Route 78 we pay for? All of that. Is it the train accidents? Does anybody look into that here? Does anybody care? I'd like to think you do, because it's certainly a lot of money. And Chief's still here. I would ask for one more column. What did it cost you for each of these incident kind of things? I don't mean details, but I mean total. In other words, we know how many hours it takes, how much money is it costing the taxpayer. They do a spectacular job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Oh, Dave Lamb, sorry.
Yeah, Diane Hollowell. I was just curious, Tom. Oh, where are you going? Come on. You said that when you came on board that you met with the firemen and you discussed. Can you tell us all where you met, when you met, and what was discussed? Or do I have to put a right to know, request in?
You can do whatever you want, but we used to hold monthly meetings.
Did you let everybody know? Do you know where they were?
I would update at the council.
Where were they
My
held?
council comment, they were usually either here or at a firehouse, and.
Do you have the dates?
Yeah, the dates, were, you have the dates, yeah. Yeah, they were on the
Put a
thing.
request
And
in.
whenever we had a council meeting, after we had a fire services meeting, I would brief, the rest of council and the residents of what we discussed at the meeting.
All right.
Kathy attended
Thank
Kathy
you.
attended most of those meetings with fire services. She was kind of the employee liaison.
Tom, that information was fantastic, it's very helpful.
I know.
I appreciate your time.
If she just looked on the website, she would have found it.
Okay, can you state your name?
Marie Slavic, I live in Lower Saucon Township. I just want to say, I used to be on a nonprofit board, and every time we had a nonprofit meeting, a board meeting, we'd have to have everybody go over the budget. I'd have to provide a report, and I'd have to go over the budget and let everybody know where we're spending money. So the people on this township council that are, I don't think it's a problem asking the fire company where they're spending money and asking about the budget. I think that's an important. As a taxpayer of this township, I want to represent the taxpayers that aren't here, that might use their left brain to think, and that's logic, and that's numbers, and that's how do they pay the higher taxes next year. Remember something, for all of you people that wanted higher taxes on this council meeting, or the council board, do you know of the fixed income elderly people in the township that aren't gonna be able to pay those taxes? Do you know anything about them? Did you poll them? Did you ask them? Did you go to their doors when you were campaigning? So think about that when you're up here and you're saying, we don't wanna ask the firefighters too many questions about the budget. There's no reason, absolutely no reason why they couldn't answer those questions, and they were happy to do so. They're great, they're wonderful, they do a great job. Everybody complimented them. There's no reason to shut down the questions about the budget. That's very important, Victoria. And if you were on any kind of nonprofit board, if you were an executive director for a nonprofit, you would have to answer those questions of where you spent money in that office.
If she had a clue. If she had a clue.
Okay.
My name is Anne Marie Crown. I'm a Lower Saucon resident. I have great respect, admiration, and appreciation for our fire service. I have had on occasion in my neighborhood to witness what they have done, and it's absolutely astounding to me how great they are at their jobs. And when I listen to the report, I say, not only do they work odd hours and work with no pay, they are accountants, and they are marketers, and they're grant writers. They do so much. And I wonder if there is any opportunity ever for there to be volunteers from the community who volunteer to help them. People who can't go out and fight a fire, but maybe they're excellent as a grant writer, or maybe they're an accountant or something like that. So I think it's something to be explored with them, because they do so much, and I think they deserve help from the community. Another thing that I think about a lot is their annual appeal. We all get the letter in the mail, and it asks for $25 or $50 or $100, whatever it is. And I realize not everybody in the community can support that. But I also know for certain, from knowing my neighbors and knowing my community, that there are many people who don't even know this is a volunteer organization. They think their taxes will cover everything. So I think the idea of public relations on behalf of the fire service, to have the community really understand what they do as volunteers, would be incredibly important. And also, if there are some people perhaps who are graphic designers, for example, to design what they send out in their annual appeal in a way that maybe will generate a greater response. Or people who will go out on their behalf and ask organizations for money for the fire department. I don't have all the answers, they're just suggestions. But as a community member who really values them highly, I would do whatever they asked me to do. And I would hope that there are others in the community, and I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of people who would. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, those are great ideas, and they would gladly accept help from the community. Do we have anybody else? Sure, come on up.
Hi, I'm Russ Sutton, and I have a couple questions. I notice every time there's questions brought up about taxes, Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis, their fallback is always the landfill. I'd like to know details of how much the landfill has donated to the fire company for the last 20 years. I want to see an accounting of that, exactly what they put in. And you know what? There's only 2 municipalities around here that have landfills. All the other townships are volunteer firemen too, and they don't have landfills to support them, but they still do their job and do them well. We have an excellent fire company. I appreciate everything they do, but every municipality does not have a landfill to back them up. So they are supporting their fire companies and they're functional. So I don't understand why every other word out of his mouth is landfill or his mouth is landfill. That's not the end all. But this thing's gonna close down sometime, and at that point, you think, where's the money gonna come for the fire department? I like to see an accounting of the last 20 years of what the dump has put in for the fire company.
Well, since
I have a
1999.
question for you, sir. So the landfill pays to the township roughly 35% of our revenue. So you can estimate that roughly 35% of the money that the township gives to fire services is funded by the landfill.
I want to see
Very simple math.
I want to see it in writing. I don't want to hear it from your mouth. I want to see it in writing. I want to see a statement.
Okay.
The
Where did you get that from?
landfill has provided the township with over $30 million since 1999. And the reason, you're right, there are only 2 townships that have landfills in this vicinity. And I'm proud to say it's one of the reasons why we have the best volunteer fire company in this area.
We do have a great fire company. I'm not
Because we
questioning
have the
that.
money, and they do a great job.
And that landfill is not going to last forever. So when are you going to do that?
How do you know it won't last forever?
It's gonna be there for at least another 25 years.
Yeah.
All right, do we have anybody else? Okay. Seeing none. We'll move on to the next item then, developer item. This is review and possible action on Bethlehem landfill, Steely lot line change, lot line 02-23. Don't know that I was expecting a presentation. So we have the Bethlehem landfill submitted a lot line plan that proposes to transfer 1.46 acres from the landfill to an adjacent parcel at 2485 Apple Butter Road.
I think I would make a motion to approve the lot line adjustment unless there's specific, something that the landfill wants to present in addition. I make a motion to approve the lot line adjustment presented.
I object to Victoria making a motion on anything. Her parents have property near there. They've sued. I think she's conflicted out and should recuse herself from anything. Anything.
Okay.
Well, number one, the choice of recusal, we've gone over this before, is done by the council member. We've had this discussion before.
Right, and I'm asking her to recuse herself, Steve. I didn't say, I'm asking her to. And it's done by the council member, you're right.
It's done by the individual council member who
Right.
allegedly has the conflict. She's making the motion, to be clear, just so we all understand this, she's making the motion to grant the request.
Yeah. And that's fine.
So we're clear on this, that Bethlehem Landfill is not requesting that Ms. Cordero recuse herself from this particular project or proposal, rather, that is, because it has nothing to do with landfill operations or the landfill expansion. This is simply a lot line adjustment so that we can give 1.46 acres of the landfill property to the Steelys, and Mr. Steely is here. So to the extent that there is an objection based on a conflict of interest or a bias, we're not making that objection here because it has nothing to do with the landfill expansion or landfill operations.
Very well, so we're clear, there's a motion on the floor, we don't have a second yet.
I still think she should
I'll make a
recuse.
second.
Okay, now we're
So
ready
now we
for,
can have discussion, I guess.
Can we clarify that that's based on the draft motion that council has in the packet?
Yes.
And we have all of the copies of the plans and the Mylars for signature by council, so we can leave them here tonight.
Oh, the council president who's absent.
Okay, so then does the vice president sign in her absence?
you can just leave them here, we'll take care of it one way or another.
Okay, and then will you take care of the recording as well?
We will, we'll coordinate with your office, we'll make it happen one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know if we need, yeah, I wasn't expecting a presentation, honestly, because we did receive all the information in here. I only wanted to make one point of clarification, which I already had made to me regarding, because it's a little bit unusual, because when you combine the parcels, the piece that you're transferring over to the Steelys is light industrial, his property is rural agricultural, so we're gonna have a piece of property that has two zones, and it's gonna remain two zones. So that's all I needed clarified, and just wanna make that clear. Correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I don't know what your questions were, you can ask them,
Well,
of me. I don't know what you got
because
from her.
it's two different parcels, they each have a different zoning designation, and they will remain, they're each separate zoning designations, even though the lots being combined.
Correct.
So we're at council discussion, to speed this along, on a group, does anyone have anything they want to add?
Yeah, I would just point out that congratulations to Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura. They promised the public that they would reduce the landfill, and they're apparently doing it here. They're reducing it by 1.46 acres. So congratulations to all three of you who delivered on your promises.
Anything else from council?
I still think Victoria should recuse herself from all landfill-related matters.
Okay, great.
Yes. Okay, do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this matter?
That's gotta be a record. I'm Dave Boulan, I'm sorry. That's gotta be a record, absolute record, considering all of the other terrible things that have been said about this organization. Let's see how the rest of it goes. Now that it's been expanded, all right, that tells me that the council seems to be in favor of what's going on. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I guess we can do a roll call.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Red?
Yes.
Ms. Deliano?
What? What'd you say?
She said yes.
How can you tell? In that cell phone tower, don't we be able to hear
Could you
it?
repeat that, please?
Yes, my motion, my vote is
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
In that cell phone tower, we'll be able to hear yourself. Right next to you, right? It's going on the line right next to you.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is authorization to do payment number 4 to CH&N Construction for Easton Road. No, yes.
Let's skip them. Talking about it.
Sorry, no, they stuck together. Fire.
It's numbers and letters. It's numbers and letters, 3B.
Tom, you wanna run the meeting?
Yeah, it's 3B, Saucon Overlook, 1379 Station Road, request for
You
security
are not
reduction.
running the meeting,
3B,
Clearly not.
we're on 3B.
and you're clearly not either. So, we have a zoning hearing board application for variance 0124 for 2014.
Let's talk about it.
Sorry, I flipped all my pages too far.
It's real complicated. complicated.
I'm glad you never made a mistake in your life, and I
I've made
apologize
plenty.
that I wasted a minute of time here.
More than that.
Saucon Overlook, 1379 Station Road, request for security reduction. The applicant is requesting a security reduction for Saucon Overlook, AKA Spring Valley Estates. Hanover Engineering has reviewed the request and is recommending the release in the amount of $1,469,226.21. The remaining security balance will be at $1,319,388. So I'd make the motion to approve the recommended security reduction in the amount of $1,469,226.21, based on the conditions in the Hanover Engineering letter dated April 11th, 2024.
I'll second that motion.
Now, Brian, I have a question.
No, that number is based on our evaluation, by our inspectors that have been on the site inspecting.
Now, my question is, though, I mean, I drove up there, and I think it looks great, the roads and the drainage there, the big retention pond, the basin at the bottom, and all that. And I'm for the motion, but, you know, how do we, is there any way at this stage to prevent anything from happening like it's happened at other developments in the township, where when the actual building of the houses takes place, taking foundations put in, that, you know, they align with swales and the runoff? I know those, because this is just the developer of the property who we're returning this money to, not the builder of the houses. And, you know, we've had some residents in here earlier this year complaining about when they actually build the houses, you know, what, you know, if we give this money back, you know, which is fine, it's roughly a little more than half of it appears. You know, what leverage do we have to ensure that the builders actually build a house that corresponds to the plans that the township passed, specifically with regards to water?
Yeah, so when the buildings are planned, and we haven't received any grading plans yet, but they will be submitting grading plans for the individual lots, showing the houses they want to build and the grading they want to do. They are now going to be required to put an inspection schedule on there and notify the township engineer when they're actually doing the work. So there will be some oversight from our office in this development.
Do you know of any other municipalities that require money put into escrow by builders until the project is done? So we have some type of, like we do with the developer, some type of leverage to ensure that they are going to follow through with grading plans and such.
The leverage that's usually used is that a certificate of occupancy is not issued by the township unless there's a sign off from the grading plan. So the times when that's not done, let's say they're ready to close in January and they can't do the final grading, the township does require them to post money to ensure that the final grading is done correctly.
But in this other neighborhood, we have a problem where it's a third party who's giving the certificate of occupancy, isn't that correct? On behalf of the township? What was the problem up there? When Mr. Manili was here and the others were, you know, because a lot of people may just be tuning in for the first time or here for the first time.
The internal process here regarding that final sign off was not as detailed as we're now going to go moving forward. I guess it's the best way that I can explain that. The third party sign off is on the building code part of it, not the grading.
Okay. We're gonna still do the grading code.
We're now going to take a more active role in grading.
And you feel confident we can avoid problems that have plagued other developments with this development when they finally build houses?
It'll be a more detailed process, and if we still find problems, then we'll make adjustments, but it will be better than what we have now.
All right, thank you very much.
And just to be clear, you feel that that will be satisfactory without the need for this council to enact any other ordinances such as has been suggested before, right? Thank you.
Anybody else? Victoria? Priscilla, do you have any comment?
No, I,
All right, do we have anybody from the public that wants to speak on this?
So Brian, obviously when you set things such as your sewers and your sidewalks, et cetera, also the drains and on the roads, those you can go back and inspect and make sure they're in the right place, correct?
Yeah, that's what, if there's something that's gonna be dedicated to the township, like in the case of a public road like this subdivision has, we have always played an active role in that. What Tom was referring to earlier was that sort of oversight on the private lot development wasn't to the same degree as it is on something that the township is going to be responsible.
That's okay. I understand fully. Believe me, I have a family member who's in court over this, not here. The bottom line is, does that also include, I heard you say grading plant, that's exceedingly important, no doubt about it, because we heard about dry wells and other things located incorrectly. Will things such as the foundation of the home be located by your company, by Hanover, saying, yep, all four corners are squared up and that's right where they need to be according to the plan, and including any dry wells that you may have?
The foundation is a different story. The foundation is covered by the grading ordinance. The developer's engineer has to go out and actually locate the foundation and submit a certification to the township that the foundation is located where it is, and elevationally and horizontally.
Excellent, so they come back to you and certify it with their license at stake, so to speak. All right, gee, that's really good, thank you.
All right, one more question. If they, when they're digging, if they hit a spring or something, are they required to let you know?
Not necessarily. Usually what'll happen, if they can, on a site like Saucon Overlook, they can probably deal with that with an underdrain and daylight that. Otherwise, they put it into their sump pump system usually, and that's a building feature, so they don't flow with that.
And they're not required to? Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have anybody else from the public? Okay, seeing none, I guess we can have a roll call.
Ms. Alcala Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Red?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so the next item is the zoning hearing board application for variance 01-24 at 2014 Springtown Hill Road. The applicant is requesting a variance seeking relief from sections 180-34 A and B in order to subdivide property which will not meet the minimum requirements for lot width and lot size. The property is located at 2014 Springtown Hill Road, and looks like we have a group here to talk about this plan.
Good evening, my name is Attorney Daniel Doherty. I represent Mark Gambosi. Mark Gambosi is on my left, and my other left here is Steve Canny, registered civil engineer, licensed in Pennsylvania. We got a call from the zoning officer the other day on Monday, and just said you guys were requesting us make a presentation. We have a zoning meeting next Monday. So contact my client, and won't you introduce yourself, please, Mr. Gambosi?
Hi, Mark Gambosi. I live at 2014 Springtown Hill Road.
And what kind of house is that? Who do you live in?
It's a small 3-bedroom cape.
When did you purchase it?
About 3.5 years ago.
Okay. And how much money have you put into the house?
Definitely a couple $100,000.
Okay. And you plan on spending some more money on the house?
Yes, sir.
And your intent is to stay in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was your idea about this proposed subdivision? Why did you come upon this idea?
It kind of came to me one day when I was cutting grass. It's just, there's basically a big empty lot next to my house. It's part of the deed of my house.
How big is your lot?
I think it's just a tick over 2 acres, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And I was cutting an acre of just grass. That's not really, it doesn't look like it's connected to my home, even though it is by deed. said to myself, like, somebody could put a nice home there, and I wouldn't have all this grass to cut, and I could continue to improve my property, finish the improvements on my property.
Do you know what your square footage of your property is, the house?
The house, I really don't. It's small. I'd say 1,300, 1,400 maybe.
1,300 or 1,400 square feet?
Yes,
And
it's a
you
small
al-
home.
And you also have a garage?
Yes.
It's separate?
Yes, detached two-car garage.
So your intent is if it was, you subdivided, you would more than likely sell off the lot too, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Steve Canny. Can you identify yourself to the board, please?
Sure, Steve Canny, I prepared the plan for variance purposes.
Has the board been able to see the plan?
Yes.
Saw the plan? Can you identify Mr. Canny, so this is the plan we're going to be presenting to the zoning board?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us what proposed, what lot 1 is and what lot 2 is?
Currently, the lot is an L-shaped 2 acres, for the deed. And we propose.
Could I either ask you to speak into the mic or speak closer?
They're on?
Sure, currently,
Testing.
currently the lot is L-shaped, and we propose to subdivide it into a corner lot, which would be lot 1, and the interior parcel lot 2. The corner lot has substantial frontage, but it would have less than 40,000 square feet. Lot 2 would have more than 40,000 square feet, but less than the required frontage. So, the variance request is really de minimis on lot area and lot frontage.
So the lot 1, existing where the house would be, that's the lot area that we're a little short on, correct?
Yes, it's currently developed, it's a small house. The existing amenities can easily fit on what we're proposing, and that lot 1 is 33,000 square feet.
In lot 2, we have enough lot area, but the issue is that we're short on the width.
That's correct. The lot area is actually 43,000 square feet, and just as a side note, the neighbor to the west, that is an undersized lot.
What about the lots across the street?
Well, it's a modular home and very small parcels.
So with this, doing the minor subdivision here, just to make it 2 lots, going from 2 acres into 2 lots, would that change any character in the neighborhood?
No, doesn't change anything.
I have no further questions.
I do. You have the names of the properties within 200 feet here. I mean, have you heard from any of them about, have you talked to your neighbors about this plan?
Yes.
And what are they saying?
Nobody's mentioned anything negative or just okay. And I have one elderly gentleman across the street, I haven't mentioned it to him. He's pretty sickly right now, but he's very friendly, I don't think we have an issue. The other neighbor across the street, I don't know, and then I have another neighbor across the street, the one next to me, they both know what I was interested in doing, and they both kind of nodded their heads and everything.
Can you put that picture back up again, where the red line? So that's your house. You're saying you talked to this neighbor right here to the left?
Yes.
And they're fine?
Yes.
And then on the right, there's, looks like a neighbor or two right there.
Those people actually don't know. I was told that they were relatives of the original owner of all of that property.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I recommend, letting them know. I mean, you're required to, they're gonna get letters anyway about the zoning hearing board, but,
And there's
you know, a lot of people, I mean, I always feel like if you talk to your neighbor, my advice would be if you talk to your neighbor, you know, you can usually work something out.
I
Getting a letter from the township and you're springing it on them. And a lot of people don't read things that the township sent.
There is a sign posted on my property for the neighbors to see. when they
Okay.
come on.
All right, great.
I just have a question. So if you keep that picture up, The resulting lot B, it looks to me like it's going to be a very deep and narrow lot.
Two to one, the length to width ratio is 2 to 1, it's reasonable.
Okay. So it's R40, so the width of the home that could be put on there would be 51 feet, right? Because it's 131.
The home can be, we're proposing, let's say, 136 minus 30 minus 30. So that home could be about 70 feet wide if it wanted to.
Okay, so that's a decent size. And then access to the property would be off of Springtown Hill Road. There'd be a driveway that would be installed.
And we would propose public water. The area is served by public water. The existing house is served by public water. So if this proposed lot is approved, we would serve that by public water.
I know that this isn't really pertinent, but just for my own edification, are there any issues with sight lines? I know Springtown Hill Road is a bit windy. From what I see here, it appears to be straight. I know Mr. Gambosi's house has a driveway that's located here. I assume there's adequate sight lines there.
We're planning a site distance for 35-mile-an-hour speed.
Thank you. So that's all I have. I'll make the motion.
I have a couple questions, please. So I just noticed, so there's like a strange, maybe tan spot there. Is that just the garden or something? Or is there some other kind of?
There was a garden at one time, and I mowed it over.
I didn't know if there was some sort of structure there that would be kind of right in the middle of this lot line. And you said it's public water, but it's not public sewer there, correct? So we wouldn't know whether we could hurt the
That's
house.
the next
for
step.
that?
The subdivision process
Okay.
is the next step. This just gets us
Okay.
to the zoning hearing board. Once they would approve the variance, we would take the next step and see you again.
I think that's, do you have any questions?
Yeah, can you just reiterate again, what is the, and maybe, we can get help from Mr. Pucker on this. What is the requirement for this area, and what are you requesting the variance for again?
The minimum lot area is 40.
Hold out, if you can hear.
I don't know if this is what.
This is working?
Yes.
Okay, the minimum lot area is 40,000 square feet, and the minimum frontage is 150 feet.
Okay, and then what are you requesting the change to?
Lot 1 would be 3,000 square feet, lot 2, 43. And lot 1 has plenty of frontage because it's a corner. Lot 2 would only have about 136 feet of frontage.
So the second resulting lot would not meet our zoning regulations, and that's your variance request?
That's what the variance is.
Okay,
For width only.
For width.
It meets area, but it doesn't meet width. The existing property meets the width because we have a double frontage with the right of way with the road, but it doesn't meet area.
So then, by having this particular variance, we would have two resulting lots that are non-conforming, is that right? Because one would be non-conforming for width, and the other one would be for square footage?
Yes, it's just like the next door neighbors, yes.
So, and right now, the lot is conforming as it sits with just your house?
Yes.
Okay, so, I will say, I do have a concern with creating two non-conforming lots. And I say that not because I have any particular, interest in your specific lot in your neighborhood, but I have to think about the entire township and our zoning regulations. And our zoning regulations have specific criteria that everybody has to comply with when they do development. And so, from my concern, is if we take a position on this, or we take no position on this, let me rephrase that. If we take a position to support you on this, it would be creating a precedent in our township that would allow other people to also feel like they could just come and change the dimensions of their lot to develop. And I wouldn't want to create a situation that the township would be placed in to be dealing with a situation where we have houses that aren't conforming or lots that aren't conforming. And I personally do also have a concern with the perkability of this lot for your septic. We have certain areas in the township where homes were built on very small lots or smaller lots, and they have a septic system, and the septic system has its life, and then we have a situation where there's no other place for those people to put a septic system to replace the one that failed or that reached its lifespan, and then there's the question of public sewer. So that's the other concern that I have in this situation, that we're going from a lot that is conforming to creating then two lots that would both be non-conforming. And I can appreciate mowing lawns. I grew up on 2.5 acres, and from the time I was 11 years old, I was mowing lawns. I was mowing my parents' lawn and doing all that kind of stuff. But I'm not sure that that would necessarily create a hardship where you currently live in the home. And that's the other, my understanding, when we have a variance, we have to have a hardship that couples it. And if the hardship is that it's difficult to mow, I guess approximately, whatever you said, 1 acre, 2 acres, I'm not so sure we have the criteria legally on a legal standpoint of whether that's a hardship.
The dimensional variance is different than the use variance, and the lesson is lesson. So therefore, that's the purpose of the zoning board. So we make a presentation to the zoning board, the board then makes a decision, and then they move forward to the next step. So if it doesn't work, then it isn't gonna happen. So you have to act on it. Once the variance is granted, then you move to the next step. If it doesn't work, then you have a problem, it's not gonna go anywhere. But then you lose the variance and it goes away. So the point is, you have to go through the step process. You keep talking about a non-conforming lot, the one issue is, all it is area, and this one becomes width. So it's not a non-conforming lot that all of a sudden we're gonna shove this big, huge mansion on this small lot, and now it's non-conforming. The point is, all you're doing is looking at a simple dimensional issue here, and a simple dimensional issue there. That's it. So it's not a big issue. And therefore, and you look at the property next door, you look at these properties across the street, their widths aren't there either. So there's nothing he's gonna be able, Mr. Gamboa is gonna be able to do, and spread this out throughout the township. But the zoning board listens to it on a case-by-case basis. And we're gonna make a presentation, the zoning board's gonna make a decision.
Sure, and I do have every right to.
She's new and has trouble with logical thinking. She's new and has trouble with
So I
logical
appreciate your
thinking.
position.
But Jason,
Thank you.
Jason, Chair of Zoning Hearing Board, and I understand these issues very
Jason,
well.
I'll recognize you.
Typically, what this council will do is, in a situation like this, we'll take no position on something like this. We can either support it, we can be against it, or take no position. And my motion that I was going to make before I was interrupted by Ms. Ray was I'm going to make a motion to take no position on this application. And all it does, it allows you to go to the zoning hearing board, and it allows the independent zoning hearing board to make this decision in consultation with their qualified solicitor as to whether or not this relief should be granted to you. And that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and Priscilla, do you have any comment?
Thank you for the second.
You're welcome.
Restrict a non-conforming, so I think that's why I would.
That cell phone tower next door.
Yeah, that cut out at the end.
You cut out at the end, Priscilla.
But there wasn't an emergency call from the fire.
I thought, story that up.
I think she did call from the phone, it doesn't work.
No, call a phone instead of whatever.
Can you repeat that again?
Did you just get off this meeting because you wasted everybody's time? I mean, I know she wants to get her check from the township, that's really important, but.
Hello.
Or,
Please repeat.
Can we move along, because obviously she's not responding, I mean, she's like, she's not here. Are we gonna wait until she can find like a cell phone that works, or a tower?
Go near a tower, go drive near a tower, it'll work.
Here,
No.
Cannot hear you.
yeah, we just.
Motion in a second. Can we have a vote? Can we have a vote, please? We have a motion in a second. Wasting this guy's got two consultants, he's got an
Yeah,
attorney.
do we
he's got
have
an
any-
engineer.
Pay them by the hour, right? You pay them by the hour and they're wasting your time, right? They're wasting your time.
Do we have any public that wishes to speak on this matter? We don't want to skip them.
Could I make just one comment?
Let's have Brian go first.
I just wanted to, I know this is more of a subdivision issue, but while you're here, just to kind of save you some time, if you do get to the zoning hearing board, and you submit the subdivision, obviously you're gonna have to do sewage testing on lot 2 primary. But you've gotta do alternate testing on lot 1 as well. And a lot of these, like this, we get, and there's no testing on the existing home, and you waste a month because you have to go back and do the testing. So I'm just pointing that out now, so that you do that alternate testing on lot 1.
You're saying if we do a perk test on proposed lot 2, that I should at the same time do it on the existing lot?
Yeah, you'll have to identify 2 acceptable sites on lot 2 and 1 alternate on lot 1.
Okay, Mr. Balon.
Dave Boulan. Are sand mounds not allowed in this area, just in passing?
They are, they require more lot area than the minimum lot size. So if your sewage testing comes back only for sand mounds, you've gotta have 2 acres. So that can govern the lot size as well, but obviously you don't, that's a feature of the subdivision. So you're not gonna get that lot if you can't show that, but you should look at the sewage ordinance for these type of things.
Good, clarifies that. Yeah, would you have one conforming, one non-conforming, you'll have them. Although when you join them together, unfortunately, I was on a planning board in another state. When you joined them together, it was the aggregate sum that determined not only the square footage, but also the requirements for the facing areas. So anyhow, I don't see that here, but it seems to me that you're not creating a worse condition for this applicant. So, and I would say in terms of holding up the meeting because we can't get an answer from some member, that really should be worked out beforehand. It's not fair to hold the entire public up to clock time just because somebody can't make the proper connections. The other thing is I'd like to point out yet again, it'd really be nice if we had a pointer so the applicant could show on the screen his area. And I would suggest it could put right on the table there for them to use to point out things that are essential for the public to know.
Hi, Kathy Pitchell, Montgomery. Victoria, I just want to recognize your comments, and I appreciate them as being a member of the community. You're right, you'd have to make variances for any person that came up to the podium, so I appreciate your support.
Laura, you want a meeting, or are we just
Anybody
gonna sit
else?
here?
Okay, no other comment, we'll have a roll call.
And the motion is,
And wait,
excuse me, Priscilla,
With the motion, could you repeat the motion?
the variance relief is that council will take no position.
Okay, no.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes, we will take no position.
Ms. Ray,
So I'm a little conflicted on this one. I'm going to say, I don't really like the idea of creating non-conforming lots either. So I'll say no.
It would be up for the zoning board.
I mean, I don't think we would send anybody, I would just not have a.
Well, if we don't send anybody, then it's no
Right.
position.
Well,
That's
you
no
can.
position, that's a yes vote.
Right now,
No,
the vote is
we
that,
could
we're voting.
take a,
Well, let's stick with what's in front of us. Right now, the vote's no, we're still voting, correct? We're still not done.
Ms. Demian,
No.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes to take no position.
Right.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero.
No, as I indicated, I just don't, I'm not comfortable with creating 2 non-conforming lots, and I would make an alternate motion that we, just send a letter to the zoning hearing board indicating, that the township council would not be in favor of creating two non-conforming lots. That's my motion.
We already have a motion pending.
All right, I'll second.
Hold on, wait, just to be clear, I think,
The first motion made by Mr. Bononis failed 2-3.
Oh, it did. Sorry, misunderstood.
so now we have a new motion on the
The
floor.
new motion was to send a letter to the zoning hearing board to express council's not being in favor of the applicant's request.
It's specifically not to be in favor of creating non-conforming lots. That's my motion is that.
But you
as a
have to,
council,
you have to
we would not
relate,
be
it has to
in favor
relate to
of
this.
creating non-conforming lots. That's my motion.
If we had a solicitor at all that knew what he was doing, it has to relate to this particular lot.
You can't create a policy.
Right.
For this. It's an application that is before us for two specific provisions of the zoning
I
ordinance.
think what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, I
You don't
think.
put words in your mouth, you can speak for
Yes.
yourself, Steve.
Well, you're arguing and you're characterizing what you said. I'm trying to get clarification as to what you said.
I know exactly what you said, I have 2 ears, I can hear.
She said she wants the township to have a policy
Respectfully,
of
you
not.
always mischaracterize what I say, Mr. Bononis, so.
No, I don't, I know when you defame me, I know when your husband gives me double middle fingers, he
said-
pushes me up and
you
down.
said-
I know it very clearly, I'm not stupid.
Why don't we do this?
She said.
Could I ask you to,
Stay on topic, please.
could I ask you to clarify or restate your motion, just so we're all on the same page?
Certainly.
My motion is to have the solicitor send a letter on behalf of council indicating that they are not in favor, the council is not in favor of creating two non-conforming lots in this situation.
In this situation, she had to add that.
Thank you.
She was,
You're welcome.
knew what she's doing, yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, that's the motion. Now, do we have a second?
I will second that. Any comments? Yeah, do we want to do any?
I mean, my
public
comments are, I think it's ridiculous for this council to take a position. We have an independent zoning hearing board, that was appointed by council, that is perfectly capable and tasked with making these decisions. And instead, what this council's trying to do is put their finger on the scale to unduly burden this gentleman so that he can't get relief that he's seeking. It's perfectly reasonable, but we're not taking any position in support of it. We're letting the zoning hearing board do what it's independently supposed to be doing, and instead this council is trying to tell the zoning hearing board and influence the zoning hearing board in that independent determination. I think that's wrong.
And I think that they also speak out of both sides of the mouth. They say, we don't need to expand the landfill because we can have other economic development in the township, you know? And here, this would put another taxed property with a house on it, so it would be more valuable, it would be taxed, it would be assessed higher, because there would be the building assessment and the lot assessment. Right now, there's just a lot assessment. So it'd be additional school taxes, additional township taxes, additional county taxes to whoever owns that property, right? So a little economic development, very little, one house, but still, something, right? But no, they say, we don't need the landfill, and that money, which is 35% of our township budget, that keeps our taxes as low as they are, because we can have other economic development. Here's a chance for one, a simple one. You're not talking about rezoning 20, 30, 40 acres. You're not talking about any of that. It's a simple thing, and they can't even do that. They can't even do that. They speak out both sides of the mouth.
I would add to that, there's also the potential for earned income tax if you were to use a local developer or builder who lives in the township, he's gonna generate, income off of that.
Well, the resident.
Yeah,
And the resident that lives there.
And maybe he and his workers go to like a local business, and they buy lunch at a local business, which provides some revenue there. But they don't see any of this. There's no second, third order effects of any of this.
I think-
Money grows on trees,
Okay,
fairies are
so-
gonna carry their trash away, it's
You
great.
will, yeah, yes, please do, please. I recognize
I'm
you.
sorry, I believe, ma'am, that you're mistaken. You said that by making a non-conforming use or two non-conforming properties, that there might not be enough area for the septic, okay? Understanding that there is already enough on what I call my property, which would be the first one, we know that. And the second one is larger than what the minimum space is required. It's 43,000 square feet versus the 40 that's required, so there's more than enough area. And the only non-conforming issue would be that it would be 14-foot narrower on the street. So it's not an issue of the septic safety or anything like that. This is really just a matter of the lot being narrower.
As I said, she has a problem with logic,
And
but
to your attorney's
logical
point, your
thinking
attorney's
is a
point
problem.
talked about the hierarchy and dimensional variances
We
here.
will do.
So, you know, you have to litigate this. 'cause
The only thing I can say is, I
I'm
think,
sorry you live in a township that is run by four.
well, but I think you'll get a fair shake from the zoning hearing board. The zoning hearing board is independent, and I think there's some good people in there, mostly the people that we appointed, over the past couple of years. And, I think you'll get a fair hearing there, and then what you get. And people can understand,
Get it done now,
understand.
they'll clear house, and give it all those people who go to the
That's
hearing
right.
board. and
Yeah,
they'll
you
say,
have to do it this
"Deal with
year.
other stuff." So nothing
Do it
will get
this
done.
year,
So
because they'll replace
don't
them
waste time is my caution.
with people with even less logical skill than Ms. Babcock.
I think we just have to, we have to allow the public to comment on this particular motion. Did we do that?
Yeah. I recognize Ms. Swan.
Mary Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I'd like to say that it's funny because I'm pretty sure that certain people on this council are trying to skirt around a rule about the interim solicitor.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Right? You don't want to give him his information, you don't want, he can't divulge his information about his business. Am I correct?
Yeah, he won't tell us who he is.
So skirting around the rules and the laws for the council members is okay, but we can't let this gentleman go to a zoning board?
Right.
Are you on the zoning board? Do you know anything about building houses or building septic tanks? Let him go to the zoning board. This is what you get, everybody. I know you're all on the side of them, the liberals, but this is what you get when you vote for liberals. This is what you get when you vote for liberals. If you ever want to,
Why don't you be quiet, let her finish?
if you ever want to do anything, this is a precedent. If you ever want to do anything on your property in Lower Saucon Township, this is the kind of fight you're gonna get. Remember that. Remember that. Let him go to the zoning board. It's not gonna hurt you to let him go to the zoning board.
She can go, they're making a recommendation against it. I know Ms. Ray doesn't use that gavel when Ms. Slavic's interrupted in their conversation. But God forbid that someone else gets up there, she can't use the gavel.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Only question,
And you're paying your attorney and you're paying your engineer to be here. And she was at a township paid, taxpayer funded trip to Hershey for the past 3 days. And stayed at the Hershey Hotel or that lodge or wherever she stayed, and she won't show up for a council meeting for you, sir. She won't show up, and you have to pay your attorney by the hour and your engineer by the hour, and she won't show up and vote.
And she's getting paid.
She's getting paid.
for this.
She's getting paid.
With your tax
She
dollars.
called in so she would get paid for this
Ms.
meeting.
DeLeon?
Get me some payment.
yeah.
Get that government check.
Mr. Bananas?
No.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes, and I incorporate what I said before. My concern is that we would create 2 non-conforming lots. And that my issue isn't with your specific interests. It's about our zoning regulations, and if they have regulations for one property, they apply to everybody. And
the zoning regulations?
well, if you have complied with the zoning regulations, you would not be asking for a variance. And you are, and
feet is versus,
respectfully, I'm just providing my comment.
Okay.
So my concern is that we have a situation of creating 2 non-conforming lots. So,
And I hope you
with that
use.
being said, I would like to continue speaking if I can speak without being interrupted.
You just have to go, stop talking.
No, I would like
You interrupt, you always talk over me. But anyway, you'll be able to appeal the zoning, and you should say that. She didn't weigh on this particular property. She's voting as a policy on all properties. She's refusing to look at that, which is what she was asked to do, and what the zoning hearing board will do. But if you lose the zoning hearing board, I think her comments are grounds for appeal. I would ask the attorney here with more expertise in it than I do, because she's not weighing the individual property. She's just saying she's against this as a policy, not looking at the individual property. And you paid all this money to have an attorney and engineer here for this specific property, and she won't even give you a hearing on your property. She's saying, I'm against it no matter what. You didn't even have to come in here, sir. I'm against it no matter what. That's the logic you're dealing, that's the logic you're dealing
To write
with.
letters from this attorney how to do
My
his job.
vote is
If you get some
yes in
neighbors to
favor
come
of
and
my
support this,
motion, and,
have some
my
weight.
statements are
Yes.
incorporated in
Well,
here.
they sue her
It's
individually.
clearly, they don't listen to the public, or they don't hear or listen to the public.
Victoria Alcott has the floor.
Because right now, there's nobody in the public that spoke out against this at all.
Susie's running the meeting now.
Oh, there's
Not
six
Laura.
council.
Not Laura. He said
There's six councilors.
Victoria, you done, or do you have zero?
Who's running the meeting?
I just, because I was interrupted, I
Laura, I just
my
can't do it.
statement that I'm not in favor of creating these particular.
You said it 6 times, move on.
So yes,
Mr. Carochi,
No.
motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Right, and you will go to zoning hearings.
and
that was
so the public's aware, he goes before the zoning hearing board and they make their decision. And that's what stands before,
Okay.
them moving forward, so we do not have a ultimate say on it.
Now she's an extra, now she's an
All right, so the next item on the agenda is authorization to pay for payment number 4 to, did I do it again? Okay, sorry, the fire funding. 2023 fire funding audit, release of annual funding. So we saw the report earlier. So this is the consideration of the township's annual donation to Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue for 2024, which is $225,000. We also do a township annual donation to Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue for their recruitment and retention program, and that amount is $10,000.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual donation.
I'll second.
to Fire and Rescue for $225,000 and an additional $10,000 for recruitment and retention. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Roll call.
Do we have discussion by the public?
Discussion.
You do not call roll call. Do we
Roll
have
call.
discussion at all?
I just wanna say, if I can, I appreciate the fire company, I appreciate everything they did. I think this is
Like,
one
we
of
all
the-
do. We've already told them
And
that we appreciate
I
them.
think
We
that
appreciate
the
them.
retention
Roll
and
call.
recruitment
Roll call. Roll call, please.
and what they do,
Roll
and
call,
the
please.
extended needs that they have.
Roll call,
Tom,
please.
will you stop talking? It is not roll call. It's now open to the public if all the council has
Nobody from
spoken.
the public stood up to speak. I'm giving them an
Okay, we
opportunity.
didn't even ask
You
them.
just said it's open to the public.
I said nobody from the public was asked to come up yet. We didn't even finish if council had comments.
Roll call.
We did not, and it is not roll call, and you are not calling roll call. Priscilla, do you have any comments to make?
No, but I'd like to ditto what I said before, on the other agenda items, that are much appreciated.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to thank Priscilla for getting closer to a cell phone tower so her connection's.
Do we have anybody in the audience that would like?
Least you can do
2
for
hours.
township residents.
Thank
Who are
you.
paying attorneys and engineers to be here on the behalf.
I just want to make a clarification just for members of the audience. Resolution 31, 2024, number 13 says, members of the audience may not address other members of the audience or argue, speak,
This isn't
or
on
yell
topic.
back
It's not on
and,
topic.
it doesn't matter, when he talks, it's never on topic, or yell back and forth at each other.
Are we talking about paying the fire company? Spending your fire service, I don't know, fire once in your words.
All right, let's do a roll call.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Dr. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the authorization for payment number 4 to CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. Township has received a 4th payment request from CH&N Site Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. The payment request has been reviewed by Hanover Engineering Associates. They are recommending the payment in the amount of $380,723.68.
I'll make a motion to approve payment number 4 to CH&N for the Eastern Road Ball Field project, amount of $380,723.68.
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'll
Tom.
second. Roll call.
That's not how you do it. Do we have council discussion? we'll say Gibson and Tongue or no. Do you have anything, Victoria?
Just had a question, or maybe, I'm not sure who has the question. I'm gonna ask it. There are some change orders in the request for this particular payment. What is the total increase in the change orders? If Ms. Hayden knows.
$867.83.
So just to be clear that the payment request is not only the additional amount that was budgeted by the township, but also includes an additional $80,000 due to some site issues, I understand, from water. So I don't know if Mr. Coker could explain what happened there with the $80,000 increase?
Yeah, what I'll detail so council understands, the actual change order amounts, what we would conventionally consider a change order is about $65,000. The way that the contract works is that the township actually pays for any on-site testing that's done because we don't know ahead of time how much testing, how many times the testing is going to be done. So that amounts to about $16,000. And then we did not encounter any rock on the site. So we had rock contingencies in the contract price in the amount of $20,000. So the change orders are $65,000. If we take the rock out of that, the change orders really are about $45,000. Now, the vast majority of those change orders are related to the very wet weather we had over the winter and getting suitable material as structural backfill behind the retaining walls, mostly along the Route 78 side. So that really is the bulk of the change.
Thank you, Brian.
So I wanna, for my understanding, there is $16,000 in township costs that we would always have because of our responsibility and obligation to do the testing.
Yes.
So that's something that we hadn't previously accounted for, I'm understanding. For
Yeah,
the
that's
additional testing.
not in the contract price because that was not, the contractor had to schedule the testing, but the township had to pay for it because it's not an item that he was able to bid because you don't know that.
Right, so the township has its own costs on top of what we pay the contractor, I just want to make that clear, that's the $16,000, and then you said we saved some money with not having rock and not encountering any rock, but then ultimately there were the additional costs because of the wet area.
Yes.
44,000, did you say that was?
45 in change.
And then just so I understand from the solicitor's perspective, we, in this scenario, when there are change orders, do we have any opportunity to ask that the contractor come before us before they do the work on the change order, or is it customary that we get the bill after they do the work?
You can ask the contractor to come before you, but from a legal standpoint, from a practical standpoint, you're often dealing with change orders on the field, meaning at the site, which require a fast decision, which require, I think traditionally in Lower Saucon, it's been reviewed by the engineer, and if it's an appropriate staff and/or the engineer, with consultation with the solicitor, will then move forward with the change orders, because you can't wait 2 weeks to make a decision on site.
And in this scenario, these particular change orders, the site conditions and the necessity to move forward were the result of why we have this here now, right?
Yes, and we do have an engineer on site. I don't want to say all 8 hours of a workday, because if they're just unloading a pipe, we're not watching that. But during all aspects of the construction, the engineer is there, and the discussion takes place between our engineer and the contractor as to whether a change order is warranted, and then I review that with the manager.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to provide the public that information that there is some increasing costs, but as you can see, we can't predict that ahead of time, but the cost is going up.
All right, so, and I had a quick question then too. So would we say, are we past all the water problems now, the wet soil stuff?
The bulk of the earthwork is done, and the retaining walls are done. So most of these change orders occurred during the construction.
All right.
I can't guarantee there isn't going to be another change order, but these types of change orders, hopefully now should be done. They did have to put in an under drain to hopefully correct this and protect the retaining walls, which we'll see on a future bill, but that really had to be done.
All right. Priscilla, did you have any comment?
No, Nope, I'm good, thank you.
All right, and I see Kathy's up here for public comment.
Hi, Kathy Pitchell McGovern. I listened to Jason's temper tantrum 2 weeks ago about the tot lot.
Are you gonna gavel her for attacking me, my
And-
character and the way I conduct myself? Are you gonna control this meeting?
You called me, Lynn Hill, and Andrea Witchin a jackass. You said, quote, "Where are all the jackasses?" Kathy Pitchell McGovern, Lynn Hill, Andrea Witchin, because you're upset about the tot lot. So as a member of being a resident, I don't appreciate that. And second of all,
I don't appreciate you telling me that I'm related to 2 members on council having no basis for it. I mean, if you're gonna come
That's
here,
fine.
do you only talk out of your ass when you come to a council meeting, or do you do it all the time?
there you go. That was classic.
Yeah, I know, because you are too. You're a classy lady, so I talk to you the way you treat me.
So what I really was offended about besides that was the fact that you failed to mention that you devalued everyone's home on that street first. You changed the zoning, you devalued their homes, and then you decided to put a ballpark there. And that is not something that anybody should
What is your
appreciate.
basis for devaluing? You were not here at meetings where people came in and they were thrilled that
Actually,
properties were
I
rezoned. And they were
was.
thrilled that they were rezoned because they're getting out from the boot of oppression of having warehouses across the street and an interstate highway in their backyards. So you're telling them, you're saying the properties are devalued, but yet they're
I was
under
standing
contract.
here
They're
as
under
well,
contract, and they've been offered
and I
values that
remember
are 20 to 30
one
to 40%
person,
greater than the
the rest
value. So what are you talking about?
not to do it.
Again,
Even in fact.
I was
on
here.
January 1st,
I think we should let her
in
talk.
January.
Thank you.
I don't.
In January.
That's your opinion, but this is.
In January, Ms. Ray proposed that we zone Eastern Road back. And she hasn't brought it up since because of the public outcry. Ms. Ray said in early January, I think one of the first meetings in January, that she wanted to rezone Eastern Road back.
Yes.
Back, and she hasn't brought that hasn't been brought on a council agenda.
And Mr. Zuckerman tell me that I devalue those
Because
properties.
all those people came in and wrote us.
Actually,
That their home values went
To my
up.
point about talking out of your ass, okay, to my point.
Twice.
Yeah, it is twice, I'll say it 3 times. You're here talking out of your ass. You did it about when you said that I was related to other people on council, which is insane. I mean, man, it's insane to suggest that. Okay. You're gonna suggest this?
Now
You have no credibility.
Valued their
Why are you
home.
wasting time?
There was one person here.
Sarah's related to us, isn't it? We know that.
I think we should just
Go
start
ahead,
with mine.
just get it off your chest. Give her 5 minutes, I will listen, say whatever you want,
Sorry,
it's
I can't
garbage,
hear you. I
whatever.
apologize.
Okay.
No, I just think we
Say whatever
should
you want.
finish with comment
My
without being
comments
interrupted.
over. Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you.
No, mine's just about the ball field. I went to the Parks and Rec meeting, I was very impressed with what went on there, but I did find out the ballpark said they did 300 loads of soil there, and then they have to lay the grass down. How are we watering that? Look at their underground,
There's water on site.
It's the contractor's responsibility to water it, and they've already made arrangements with the city of Bethlehem to have a fire hydrant across the street.
like, how often is that gonna be watered? 'Cause
That's gonna depend on
so
the.
that's an extra cost that's gonna be added on, or was that in the?
It is in the contract that it is the contractor's responsibility.
Awesome, anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call. Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
Regrettably, yes, because of the increased cost, but understanding the legal obligation to vote yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray. Yes. Ms. Deliano.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, so the next item on our agenda is Resolution 42-2024, transfer of funds to capital. Following review of the council video and staff notes, it was discovered an initial motion was not made at the last meeting. We do require a resolution to be discussed and approved by council. This was to move the funds from the general savings fund over to the park capital fund for the ballpark project.
So we have to do this again, because
Well, it wasn't done before because there's always so many disruptions by.
options.
It's
always, all right,
it's always
Not the competent people that run the meetings.
Exactly.
Not the solicitor who's supposed to be paying attention
Okay.
and making sure we're
Five
legally
approved
compliant,
people.
certainly not him.
So,
That's your
I
guy.
know.
I would make the motion to transfer the funds from the general fund to the park capital fund in the amount of $2,008,646.48.
I'll second the motion.
I still don't understand why we couldn't have done this at the last meeting and why it wasn't done at the last meeting. We had a solicitor who was asleep at the wheel. I think he's double billing us down there, but I'll leave that for someone else to talk to. He was always on his laptop. And, charging us $180
Is this
an
your
hour.
comment regarding this
And,
motion?
Yeah, and why it wasn't done last time. All right, that's it.
All right.
I'd like to be heard.
Yeah, I recognize Jason.
Thank you, Tom. I'm looking at Mr. Gitsuzan's resume. I don't see anything on here where he, touted having any credentials and missing, items like this that should have been brought to our attention and addressed promptly. I think it's unfortunate. We talked about his conflicts that he has with Hellertown. We talked about the knowingly inaccurate budget that was published, and approved while he was our interim solicitor. We talked about the illegal budget. We talked about the secret executive committee
And
topics
none of this is on this
that fall
topic.
within the purview of the Sunshine Act, those meetings that took place back there. We tried to talk about non-personnel and non-litigation matters. He refused to identify who he was negotiating with in Hellertown, and he was trying to negotiate a settlement using taxpayer money. And he missed this motion to transfer funds, so what's he doing? What's he doing? I mean, you appointed him, you appointed him as the interim solicitor. I'd like an answer as to why, I think the public deserves an answer as to why. We're now talking about this again. Township staff had to identify this. Township staff had to take time and energy to put this together. Why wasn't this dealt with in the manner that it should have? He tries to run the meetings, why didn't he do it? I'm not gonna get an answer, I know I'm not gonna get an answer.
It's your disruptive behavior.
No, it's not disruptive, it's a
Yes,
legitimate
it is.
question as to why
That is
this
why it
wasn't
didn't
dealt with.
get
It's
done
not
at the
disruptive
last
behavior,
meeting. Do
it's
we
a
have any
question.
public
Why
comment on
isn't he
this?
doing his job? Why
Do we
isn't
have
the
any
council
public
president,
comment?
who can't even get to a meeting, would rather be
Okay,
somewhere
well,
else?
we've had other
Why can't she
actions
pay
here.
attention to these things and make sure that they're handled promptly? I'd like to know that.
Happy for roll call.
Kathy, were there any ramifications from not transferring this money? I mean, obviously, funding had to be delayed, right?
Legitimate question.
Legitimate question, right?
Not at this time.
Well, okay, we dodged that bullet, let's hope we don't have to do it again.
We let Mr. Gitsuzan double bill us. He's doing his work there on his laptop, at the same time, charging the township $180 to attend these meetings, and then, we don't even take a vote on a motion.
I guess we're getting billed at half rate probably, Tom. I'm sure the taxers won't pay half
Right.
rate.
We ready for roll call?
I think we need public.
Do we have any public comment on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, then we'll do a roll call.
Gentleman right there.
I see one right there. You're always trying to show them down.
Yeah, I guess I'm really surprised here. Look, you got a great staff here. Not to have these things appropriately and timely on the agenda, I complained about previously, okay? Your staff is super. You just gotta give them a little time. Again, the arguments that I'm hearing from certain people here are ones that really relate to the fact they have not studied the material. You don't believe this, Ms. Ray? Would you like me to question you about some of those things? You people just don't understand things, and when they come in front of you with their attorneys, even the attorney here made comments about it. That's really embarrassing. The bottom line is, back to the topic here, and that is not paying attention to what's really going on. It's absolutely akin and right on target with you people, certain of you people, not reading what's in front of you and understanding it. and going to the other meetings and understanding what other boards do. It's quite apparent that wasn't happening here. And now it's apparent that these things are not showing up on the agenda in a timely manner. You gotta pay attention. You're in control now, unfortunately. So I'd ask you to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll do roll call.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Red.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, next item on the agenda is acting township manager salary. Council would discuss the additional compensation for our acting township manager. Kathy has been assisting us with the manager duties in addition to her finance director duties since Mark's resignation. And we feel it's appropriate to pay her an additional amount to compensate her for her assistance in this matter. We thank her for all the help and all the work that she's doing. I would like to make a motion to approve Kathy Gorman's prorated salary in the position of acting township manager, which would be set at $135,795.20.
I'll make a motion
Which
to approve
is
Kathy
Mark's
Gorman's prorated
salary.
salary in the amount of,
Retroactive.
One motion on, there's a motion.
Retroactive to the March 28th.
Yes, second. I second.
I'm still talking. Retroactive to March 28th. And effective until a full-time manager is appointed.
I'll make a motion to approve
Have
Kathy
a
Gorman's
second.
prorated salary in the position of acting township manager, which would be set at $150,000 per year. The basis for my.
That's on the floor. The
I'm
motion
making
is.
a motion. There's no second.
I seconded
You have to have an
Jason.
opportunity to keep
I
providing.
seconded
it
I'm
first.
making a motion.
It doesn't work that way.
I'm
You
making
know
a
better,
motion.
it doesn't work.
I'm making a
I
motion.
second.
Is there a second on, is there a second on the motion on the floor?
Yes, I second that motion.
Okay, now we have a discussion, because we all know the rules and we all know how it's supposed to be done. Now we have discussion.
Yeah, I think you're gouging. I think this motion is designed to harm Kathy. Kathy's doing multiple jobs. She is the assistant township manager. She is the director of finance. She has jumped into this role without hesitation. She certainly didn't request this role, and now she's acting as the township manager. So she's serving multiple roles. The township residents and taxpayers are getting benefit from her in this role, but yet this council is attempting to underpay her for the service that she's providing. She's doing the role of 3 positions, and they're intending to pay her for the role of 1 position. I think she's worth more than that. I think that this township council should recognize that she's worth more than that. Certainly the residents of this township recognize that she's worth more than that, and appreciate her willingness and ability to jump in and keep this township afloat despite all of the nonsense and incompetence of the majority of this council. So I think it's appropriate to set her salary at $150,000 a year, prorated, effective back to March 28th, and until a new township manager, new permanent township manager is selected. And I hope that this council would consider her as a permanent township manager, certainly in light of her competency, and also to take into account her willingness to jump into this role to keep the township afloat when it's totally rudderless because of the incompetence that we have on this council.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think she should be paid more. 150,000 is fine with me. But she's doing a great job. She always has done a great job. And you know, I would hope she's seriously considered for the permanent position, because I think she deserves it. It's more than capable of handling it, and also the best that we can do. And I don't mean to slight. I don't mean that as a slight to her. I mean it as it's a challenging position, and I don't think it's for anybody, even people with a lot of township managerial experience, under the current rudderlessness of the council.
Do you have any comment, Priscilla?
There's 2 motions, which.
No.
No, there's one motion. And that was.
Did somebody second your motion?
Victoria did.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that, sorry. Okay.
Your cell
And then
phone.
Jason in the middle of it made a motion.
Well, we tried,
So
but
that's-
you can't.
that's
do
inappropriate.
motions At the same time.
No. No.
She voted no.
So,
She voted no, okay.
Voted no twice.
I heard no twice. That's
Yeah,
fine.
we didn't do a roll call, haha. So,
no, and we have to do public comment, so.
right, we're doing our comment.
Priscilla, so you know, the motion on the floor is to approve, the salary for acting manager at $135,000 and change, which I understand to be the salary of Mr. Hudson, at the time that he resigned. So that's the motion that's on the floor, there's
But
no
we're not doing a roll call yet, we're just doing comment.
I did hear that.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
Roll call.
We don't have public comment? Okay.
I'm asking for public
It's not
comment.
quite clear what you want, sir.
Public comment. Tom wants a roll call.
Yes.
Well, are you not the president, the vice president in charge of this?
Yes, and I called for public comment.
Thank you. Can I speak?
Yes? That's
Hey,
why I
Luann, and yes, I would say very simply, if you want her to leave, you give her 135. If you want her to stay, you give it 150. There's nobody that sits between the desperate two sides of the council that's gonna put up for this long if it's gonna be 135. She's demonstrated her competence again and again and again, and I wish some of these people on this board had done the same, or will do the same going forward. So yes, that's my comment as a member of the tax-paying public.
And Mr. Hudson left for a job that pays $160,000 in Hanover Township. So, and he didn't have a solicitor here, he's got a solicitor in Hanover Township. When Link left, he was.
That's your speculation, right, Tom?
No, well, I can confidently say that if Link Treadwell was still a solicitor, Mr. Hudson would still be here. I can confidently say.
I don't agree. Is there anybody else in the public that has to make a comment, would like to make a comment? If not, Kathy asked if she could make a comment.
I truly appreciate council, providing this or offering this. But I do have a small request. I would like to recognize Mrs. Werkheiser and Mrs. Schneider, because they have done, I couldn't do this without them, and they've taken on additional workload in many respects. And if council would be inclined to consider reducing the amount that you would be prorating me, so a certain amount can be given to Mrs. Werkheiser and Mrs. Schneider.
I think you deserve every dollar of it, and I think they do as well, so I think we can make a separate.
I think it should be in addition. I'll make a motion that it's in addition. I'll make a motion that it's in addition to.
Hang on, one moment,
Can
please.
we just do this one
Yes,
motion?
number one, there's a motion on the floor. Number two, you all should know that if we're going to incur costs for the township,
Yeah.
you can't just vote on it now, we'd have to put it on the next agenda, of course. But Tom is
I
in the middle of
wouldn't
making that motion.
I wouldn't want council to approve anything more for me that would cost more for the township.
Tom couldn't make a motion because there's a motion that's pending, Steve, you just said that.
You can't make a motion to spend money.
There's a motion that's pending to be voted on. He can't make a motion.
I
You wouldn't
know.
allow me to make a motion. You wouldn't allow me to make a motion when I tried to.
You're absolutely right.
So there's no reason to point that out to me.
Well,
You can make a
there's
motion.
two reasons why I couldn't do it, I pointed out both of them.
All right.
But anyways,
Well,
the motion, I think what Kathy is saying, if I may, is Kathy is suggesting that, correct me if I'm wrong, you'd rather not have council make a decision on this today, but look at both you as well as other people and bring this back again and consider it then. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the way that needs to be.
Or handle you,
Then it's.
Yeah, I'd rather handle Kathy tonight and then put on the agenda, consideration of Stacy and Carol and compensating them at our next meeting. I mean, why can't we just, I think 135.7 is fine. I think it should be more, but I could go along with 135.7 for Kathy. And then, to me, it's separate. I don't like lumping people together like that. I think, we have to, pay our acting township manager and what she's worth, and then there can be additional. I understand that, you know, everybody in the staff really has picked it up. So I think that we should vote on the motion on the floor, and then consider our next meeting these additional items.
If I may be recognized.
Sure.
So if I'm understanding this, Ms. Bowman, I understand that you would like us to reconsider compensation for you and for the other two of our staff who are very appreciated for what they do. And without having that information ahead of time, I think now that you've said that, I definitely feel like I need to reconsider, and I would like to actually consult with you to figure out what would be the most appropriate way for us to compensate the other staff members that have been going above and beyond. So I don't think it would be appropriate to vote on the motion as was stated in light of Ms. Foreman's comment and what she has requested, which was that her salary not be considered without the other two, and how that would factor into our budget. So I think I would rescind my second.
So the idea would be that if that's what council wants to do, just we'll walk this through, we then withdraw the existing motion and not make it, essentially table the motion until the next time we meet, and then separately we can put on the agenda the salary issues with regard to other individuals.
I would be comfortable with that.
So are we clear here, are we just there a withdrawal of the motion?
Do you have a comment, Priscilla?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, so I'll rescind my motion, or table my motion, I guess, whichever it needs to be. And then we consider it at the next meeting as a overall view for the staff.
And the second's already been rescinded, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to pay Kathy Borman $150,000 prorated back to March 28, 2024, until the time that a permanent township manager is hired and begins working for the township.
I'll say.
Thank you, Tom.
Do we have comment up here?
I think I just incorporate what I just.
I have no comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
I hear you.
I incorporate what I had said prior. I think this is inappropriate at this time in light of Ms. Foreman's request.
I thought Priscilla was.
No, Priscilla said something.
Yeah.
I
Priscilla
think
said she had a
she
comment.
said no comments, is what I heard.
I said I had no comment on that. I was comfortable with what we did before.
Do we have public comment on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion fails.
All right, Kathy, I'm sorry that they don't value you as much as you should be valued. I'm going to make it, and that has nothing to do with Carol or with Stacy. I'm going to make a motion that on the next council agenda, that we include an item to also look at their compensation in light of the additional duties that they have taken on in their respective roles to help keep this township running, and their assistance that they provided to the acting township manager, Kathy Bowman.
I'll say.
Already.
Do we need
I'll
to-
say. Well, who knows, you guys will put it on the
Yeah, that
agenda
was
or
the
not.
idea of what we were going to do anyway. I don't know if we need a motion to put it on the agenda.
I mean, motion will definitely be on. If you don't have a motion, it cannot get on.
Yes, the cash.
We forgot to even take a motion.
So yes, so just to be
It
clear,
might be an oversight that you forgot to vote on it.
I understand that.
You forgot to vote on it.
What I'm saying is, you don't need a motion to
3 seconds.
put something on the agenda. However, if there is a motion to put something on the agenda, there's a motion second, and you can vote on it, and we can put on the agenda that way also. There's also
Yes.
obviously an informal way that we put things on agendas, but.
Sometimes, somehow they don't get on their agendas like the Eastern Road rezoning that they wanted. Remember that one? All right.
I do.
Okay.
So you have a
Do we
motion
have
and a
any
second.
public comment on this? We'll say no, okay, so do we wanna do a roll call?
Ms. Talion,
No.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alcock Cordero,
No.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Well, I'll say no, but we are having it anyway, we're discussing it, we just don't need motions to put things on agendas.
Motion fails 2-3.
That's all. All right, next item is resolution 43, 2024, appointment of township labor attorney.
Make a motion
So-
to retain Michael Miller's firm as the township labor attorney. I'm not aware of him ever having been terminated. He provided competent labor attorney services to the township for a number of years, negotiated a number of contracts very favorably to the township residents and taxpayers. And I'm not sure where this is coming from, to appoint a different firm as the township labor attorney.
Right, I'll second,
Thank you.
I'll second that. We had competent labor attorney, prior to this. They're just trying to penalize him because I guess he worked on the library thing too. And he's actually the labor attorney that the county has used for years. And has done a good job, according to, people I know at the county, has done a good job.
Actually, I'm gonna amend my motion. My motion is gonna be amended to actually adopt resolution 43-2024, but to amend the first sentence where it says, whereas the council of Lower Saucon Township appoints Hoffman and Blavick as a township labor attorney, and instead substitute in Michael Miller and his firm.
I'll second that.
You understand my question? Because
Yeah,
for the purposes of
yeah,
this, I
yeah.
don't know, like, nobody.
Well, it's in the township records, we know, because he was our township labor lawyer. It's not McNeese Wallace, it's,
We don't have a resolution for one.
No, we don't, and that's concerning with Mr. Goodsuzian hanging around the offices because of things that I've heard.
Is there a reason why we're doing phones right now?
Eckert Siemens is the name of the
Eckert
firm.
Siemens, yeah, it's Eckert Siemens.
Yes, so my motion is to amend and adopt resolution 43-2024. Again, the first sentence would read, whereas the council of Lower Saucon Township appoints Eckert Siemens and/or Michael Miller Esquire as the township's labor attorney. And also the second sentence would also be amended to reflect Eckert Siemens and/or Michael Miller Esquire as labor attorney. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I thought I already did, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, so we can have our discussion then, that is correct, that their rate was different, I believe it was a lot higher, if I remember.
What was it?
I don't think so.
And
I think it was lower.
$290 an hour.
Yeah, there's value added in that because he's efficient, he understands the township personnel and the issues, there's no need to get up to speed on the issues, so there's value added.
And I know we had, I remember on that deal, he would not charge for travel time. Does they charge for travel time at $2.25 an hour, or where are they located?
I think they're a lot closer than Harrisburg.
Yeah, but where are they located?
I think Allentown.
Okay.
It's pretty close then.
Cedar Crest Boulevard, Allentown.
So now I think we're at council discussion on
It's
this.
actually the South Whitehall Township, not Allentown, but.
Okay.
So
Is there anything for council on this?
No, Victoria just said it, she just referenced it, I'll repeat it because she mumbled it, that he charged us too much for the library litigation, and that's why she doesn't want him hired.
I think we're at public comment then? There's no more? No.
Has nothing to do with him being a good labor attorney. So she's not trying to hire the best labor attorney, we had a very good labor attorney. She's trying to punish our labor attorney for his actions in the library litigation. So again, she's putting taxpayers at risk. We had to find labor attorney, but it's not about that, it's about politics. That's why we don't have our solicitor here, Mr. Treadwell, who's about politics. That's why we don't have our township manager, Mr. Hudson, because he left because of Mr. Treadwell not being here to have his back and to settle all this stuff. And again, it's this Democratic majority playing politics. I don't know what the political inclinations of Mr. Hoffman or Howard are, but, and it shouldn't matter, it shouldn't matter, it's the fact of the matter. But I'm sure they know, I'm sure they know.
I'm sure we don't.
Public comment,
All right, does anybody have comment?
Sure.
David Luan, Alice Drive, Lower Saucon, still. Yeah, if that's true, Eckerd Siemens was part of the Powell Library scenario, and you don't want to rehire him, that sort of does speak up. I have not heard anybody say about whoever is getting replaced currently that is in the position, why you do not like them and why we should replace them with somebody else. And it would really be nice to know, aside from a few dollars, or whether it's travel funds or not, why you want to replace this particular firm, aside from the fact they were opposed to Hal and did that work. And yes, I'm going to speak about Hal a little bit later in the public section. So I would like to have the nays tell us why this firm is not capable of doing what they have been doing, apparently very effectively. I'm sorry, you going to sleep, you okay? That's right? Okay, got your attention. Thank you. For the bottom line, for the rest of the years, okay? Let's understand why they're not good and why you need to get rid of them.
Crickets.
Yeah, they want.
Yes, and this is for labor attorneys specifically, so it's nothing to do with the library or those cases.
And he asked, why do you want to replace him? Why do you want to replace him?
That was the request.
Yes.
Right, that was the question, why do you want to
Doing
replace
the
him?
roll call? Roll call for,
When I called.
Mr. Benonis.
Yeah, well, yes, sure. I thought they did a great
Ms.
job.
Cordero.
No.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
No.
Ms. DeLeon.
No.
That would never change the spots.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve resolution 43, 2024 as it is written,
I'll second it.
to appoint the labor attorney for 2024.
Ms. Taylor was president of council and Michael Miller's firm, Eckerd Siemens, was hired. She hired.
Okay, so is there a motion made and was there a second?
Second.
Okay. Council discussion, I think it's over.
What are the qualifications of these attorneys?
This letter was in
Okay.
there.
No, I mean, it's council discussion.
If you read your packet, if the information is in here.
Yeah, look here, it
So
says,
there you go.
here's what it says. It says Steve Hoffman has experience handling various commercial disputes. He represents employment discrimination harassment cases. He's litigated restrictive covenants and trade secrets. He represents clients in insurance defense litigation, auto accident claims, slip and falls, assault claims, construction site accidents. He's defended manufacturers and retailers in products liability cases in governmental bodies. He's represented doctors, lawyers, and other professionals in malpractice claims. I mean, that doesn't sound like labor law to me. It sounds like a guy that's a jack of all trades.
Sure.
He's certainly a competent lawyer in the matters that he handles, but I mean, we're going from a guy and a firm that had a discrete practice that was focused on labor law that serviced this township to a local attorney whose name just magically appeared here before us, who represents a lot of different types of cases.
Right.
That's just one of the two attorneys. I didn't get into the other one.
So, Michael Miller negotiated our last police contract, which was a 5-year contract that everybody seemed to be happy with. And our last non-police union contract, everybody seemed to be happy with. He negotiates contracts for the county. But they want to go with someone with no experience, which is right in line. Again, it's a political, just like they went with Mr. Goodsuzian, who has no experience as a township solicitor, because he was a political hire. The same thing. It's all about politics, not who can do the best job for the township and for taxpayers. We have a solicitor with no township soliciting experience at all.
Being recognized, I would respond to that if I may.
Did you have a comment, Priscilla?
That was rude.
No, I'm good.
Correct council discussion.
I think he's appropriate. I think it was nice of him to send in the letter of interest, and I had the opportunity to review his credentials. I understand the firm represents multiple entities with respect to their union and non-uniform labor issues.
Township? Which townships do they represent?
They are, I believe that the firm represents Lehigh County.
Believe or are you sure?
So it's my understanding, so that's what I'm saying. And I think it would be appropriate. I think at this time, I have not seen anything from Edgar Siemens, but I do want to point out again that in this particular interest, we're looking at $290 an hour for Edgar Siemens, which is the firm of Edgar Siemens, not a specific person. And then we also have this, that was what it used to be, and now we have this firm who's, from what I can see, is very highly qualified at $225. So I'm in favor of this.
Right, but you understand that $290 an hour and then $225, whatever, given this, these guys, it's peanuts when you're talking about, these are the guys that negotiate our police contract, which is 5 years for 16 officers. We're talking about millions of dollars. And you want somebody good to do that. You want somebody knowledgeable, somebody who's done that many times. You've even told us whether you know they do labor for Lehigh County. You say they do some work for Lehigh County. What type of work? What labor contracts have they negotiated for Lehigh County? Have they done a police contract? Have they ever done a police contract before? Have they ever done a non-union police contract before? We don't know any of that. And that money is so minimal for what a bad labor attorney can cost you in negotiations with employees. That doesn't even, whether it's benefits or salary. And I remember, Jason can talk about what we went through the last police negotiations, because Jason was the liaison for that. But Deckard Siemens had all of this information from around the state, what departments our size, smaller, larger, what they were paying, what the cost of living was in the area, all of this information, so that when we started negotiations, we knew exactly what kind of range we would have to stay in. And I'm not sure you get that out of this two-man shop here in South Whitehall, I think, Jason?
They're in South Whitehall.
Yeah. So, I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to understand. I mean, he's being sold to us as being local. He's in South Whitehall, which is the other side of the valley, and yet we were going to have a relationship with the library that was right down the street, and God forbid that be in Lehigh County. I mean, it might as well be on the other side of the Mississippi River.
Right.
So it's convenient in one breath, but not in the other. So it just shows again the hypocrisy.
We know not. They're either not telling us about these guys on purpose for political reasons, or they don't know and they're incompetently hire somebody, which they don't even know whether they've ever negotiated a police contract or any other type of contract with a union. They have no idea. You cannot tell me, and nobody sitting here, Victoria, Laura, or Priscilla, can tell me if they have ever negotiated a police union contract or any union contract.
Or even our interim solicitor. I mean, but he won't answer any questions, of course, but that's what I'm not asking. That question.
So they're going to vote. They're going to vote to hire a labor attorney who have to deal with not just contract negotiations, but any complaints filed by police officers or anybody in the staff, and all that, and we have no idea of their experience level in that, but they're just gonna hire them. I think we make a motion to table this until we find out more information about these guys.
Yeah, that's not the motion that's before you at this point.
That's my recommendations. We'll need one if you are.
We're at public comment now. We're at public comment now, I think, is what I said.
Yeah, I don't know. Priscilla, did you have a comment or did you pass?
No, I'm good with the resolution. That's the motion.
Okay, so public comment and.
Dave Boulan, yeah, I think the old saw about penny wise and pound foolish really applies here. You don't want to get a second-rate attorney when you're talking about millions of dollars. People with knowledge, background, been there, done it, et cetera, year after year after year are invaluable, especially when it comes to negotiations. If you don't understand that, and yes, I did read the packet. Yeah, I do know they're from Whitehall Township, and yeah, I think there's 2 in the big firm. So yes, so what you just said earlier, I don't get your packet. If you want to send that to me, I will read that gladly, all of it. Or maybe I'm wrong, Kathy, is that all of that the council here sees, what I see on the web?
There's some executive material that is not presented to the public due to the information that's on there.
Good, I trust you. As far as not seeing the executive material, I think that's perhaps worse, all right? Now, I also saw that this fellow does litigations. Does this say that he's strictly going, I see that far away look in somebody's eyes again. If that's not true, correct me, but I don't want to see an attorney that's supposedly an expert in negotiations starting to do litigations also. All right, I didn't look into this guy's background at all. It's not on the web. It's not something I'm going to easily find out. So I would like to think that maybe one of the attorneys on the council who's for this person could have given us a complete rundown, all the cases, cited all of the work that this person has done in order to bolster his potential as a hire. Instead, it's, I recall, that's not good. That's no good. That's really second rate. So I'll leave it at that. And I'd like to think that maybe some of this impinges upon you people.
If we had a real solicitor, all that would have been done. We would have been briefed on the types of cases and clients they have and what they've done for those clients, but we don't have a real solicitor.
Anne Marie Slavic. The thing that I'm concerned about with this council that I see more and more as I attend these meetings is the fact that, like, for this situation, you are just picking willy-nilly an attorney. You know, neither one of you, again, I said this last time I was here, I mean, you've spoken, you just sit there and basically, you're like a check mark. You're like, yeah, whatever they want. So the question is, who brought this attorney to someone's attention? I'm sorry.
Our former manager.
Okay, the former manager. So he recommended him.
No, he wrote a letter to the former manager, that's all.
Oh, okay, now see, in my opinion, because again, remember you're working for the government here. You got taxpayer dollars, pay for everything here. Everything here is taxpayer dollars, right? So it seems like you should put bids out for this kind of job. Like, who wants to apply? Let's send your resume, send what you've done, let's see what you've done. That's the kind of responsible council I would expect. But as a taxpayer in this township, what I see is shady stuff. It's shady. Going from interim solicitor, we don't need his information, we're gonna waive it. Why are you waiving it? Why are you wanting to break? You can't even allow a gentleman to put a home to sell his property. It's 14 feet. Did you do the calculation? It's 14 feet is the difference, right? I mean, and you're like, rules for thee, not for me.
Exactly right.
Rules for thee, not for me. So you're not following any rules, you're not following any ethics, you're just willy-nilly hiring an attorney, and then you say this gentleman here can't sell his property or change, he can't put a variance for he wants to sell his property because it's 14 feet of a difference, and you have a problem with that? But you don't have a problem hiring an attorney that doesn't know what he's doing. You don't have a problem with that. Shady, 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 shady.
So, Susie, have we ever advertised this position?
We did not advertise.
Well, why not?
It was not advertised.
But do townships usually, not that you've ever been a township solicitor before, but let's pretend you are one. Do townships ever advertise labor attorney positions?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. We don't
You're
have.
saying that as a pretend township solicitor?
No, I'm saying that in response to your question.
Okay, and what about boroughs or none others? They also advertise it?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
How often would you say, 50%?
Okay, can we do a roll call?
There we go.
When your solicitor's an attorney and he's defended by a non-attorney, it's hilarious.
Wasting more time on the comments.
It's hilarious. She needs to defend you, Steve, you're so unprepared.
Yeah.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero.
I'm voting yes in this, and I want to reiterate to the public that, both the resume and the letter, I think, were part of the public content, which is what we have. I think every member of council had the opportunity to speak with this attorney and call him and ask him the questions that they have this evening. So if they haven't done that, it's on them. I'm comfortable with the information I received, and I'm comfortable with, hiring this particular labor attorney, so I vote yes.
Well, I'm gonna have a comment on that. Yeah, I'm gonna have a comment on that. She accused us of not calling, and you're right, I did not call him, but I'll tell you who, I did call a Chad Saylor who's supposed to be hiring our new township manager, and he won't call me back. So I assume the majority have said, don't call him back. So I kind of feel like, what's the point of calling? I'm sure they've already told these guys not to call me or Jason back, because that's how they operate. That's who they are. Or Mr. Good Susie told them, or Good Sleazy and told them to do it, to not call us back. But I'll vote no.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Deliano.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, next item is the Cyrusville Hall electrical upgrades quote. Council will consider approving a quote received to upgrade the electrical work in Cyrusville Hall building. Quote received is in the amount of $22,440. Township received a grant in the amount of $75,562. This is one of the upgrades falling under the grant award.
Jen, so, they are a CoStar's vendor. They are our current, electrical, inspector for, our emergency server. As I stated before, the quote was $22,440, and this is part of the grant that we received from the Northampton, the County Local Share Grant, and one of the upgrades to the building. So, if you are inclined to approve, I will notify them.
So I would make the motion to approve, accepting this quote from Alvarado.
I'll second it.
Any other comments? Is there public comment?
Roll call.
Public comment?
Nobody came up, there's no public.
Roll call.
Did you have a comment, Priscilla? Sorry to skip you.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Croce.
Roll call. Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Deliano.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Alcock Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item is the special event application, Saucon Valley Conservancy, Hellertown, for the Hellertown Lower Saucon Heritage Day. We reviewed a special event application received from the Conservancy for Hellertown Lower Saucon Heritage Day, and the event to be held on Saturday, May 18th at the Heller Homestead. Does anybody have any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question about this. My question is, and I think this is certainly a worthwhile event, but my question is, why is it called the Hellertown Lower Saucon Heritage Day? Why isn't it called the Lower Saucon Hellertown Heritage Day? And I ask that because historically this area was originally Saucon Township. Saucon Township was established as part of Bucks County in 1742. Again, Saucon Township, not Hellertown Borough. 1750, the population was 350 people. Saucon Township then became part of Northampton County in 1752. And Saucon Township was divided into upper and lower Saucon Townships. So again, that goes back to our relationship to upper Saucon Township, historically all the way back to 1753. Upper Saucon then became a part of Lehigh County in 1812. Priscilla, you may remember that war. South Bethlehem used to be part of Lower Saucon Township, but that split off in 1865. And most people may not know this, but Hellertown was part of Lower Saucon Township until it decided that it didn't want to be part of Lower Saucon Township until 1872, apart from wanting our money. So when you look at that history, it's a question to me as to why we're not recognized as being first, because historically we were first. Maybe when we approve this, I think I'd like to add an inquiry as to why we don't recognize Lower Saucon's deep roots in this area and history of this area.
Probably because these three are in the pocket of Hellertown.
No, probably because it's in alphabetical order. There's no priority of one is better than the other as far as
Well,
the.
this is heritage. We talk about heritage here. Conservancy is history, heritage is history, so I'm talking about history here. I'm not talking about alphabetical order. I know you're having trouble with the alphabet here. The 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D, F, G on the agenda. We're talking about history.
I'll make the motion that we approve the special event application.
Again, I reiterate my second.
Didn't know there was a secret.
Do you have any comment, Priscilla?
No, I'm good with it, approve it.
All right, do we have public comment?
Have to agree. I always wondered about these titles that people have. I'm a Russian American, or I'm a French American, or whatever, right? Actually, we're Americans. Well, we're Saucons too, and our roots do really go back. And actually, I find the resistance to what you had just said, Ms. Vice President, astounding, given the fact that now you know that our roots are Saucon. We're not Hellertown. Right? So why wouldn't you call it Saucon Hellertown? I know, I already heard. The problem is that you've got this clash with the other side, and you will not give in no matter what. That's my opinion now. That may not be right. So, and I see that out of the 3 people here that are new to this organization. But maybe to the people that live in Lower Saucon, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They're not Hellertonians. They're from Saucon. Okay? They're bigger, they pay more. I don't care what it is. There it is. But we're second class.
Mr. Glenn, you bring up a good point. As I'm looking at you, I'm looking at the podium. And
Yes.
you can't see it from where you're standing, but if you come to the front side of the podium, there's the Lower Saucon Township placard is there. And it says right below it, incorporated 1743. So it reflects our historic roots. And that's all that I'm talking about here.
Yeah,
We broadcast it right here for the public to see, but yet we're not willing to stand behind it when it matters most.
Does that mean then that we're going to become Hellertown? Is that the drive here?
They're their way. They're way. They love that.
Going to be?
No, they just want to fund it. They don't want to become it. They want to
Okay,
fund it.
that's neither here nor there. Maybe you ought to think about that. A lot of people, my phones are starting to really ring off the wall. It's really great. Yeah, I still have the crank phone on the wall. I'm old and I can't afford anything more.
Because of your taxes, right?
Okay, well, just say, we did not name the event, and there are both Hellertown and Lower Saucon organizations involved in running it, so it is at both areas.
Excuse me, can I interact for a minute, or?
I think we're ready for a call.
He didn't use his full 5 minutes. He didn't use his full 5 minutes there.
Okay, well, I did, tell him to go away.
Actually, it might be enjoyable to have a little two-way dialogue instead of a one-way dialogue, okay? So perhaps we could talk about that and ask the following question. Do we have other events that we are with Hellertown in where it's known as Lower Saucon / Hellertown? Do we see that?
No.
I don't think this isn't our event, this is an event by the applicant.
So who's it?
The applicant, that's their name. We
No,
don't have any control over what they name themselves.
Even the library is a
This
Hellertown
is
area
our event.
library.
This is an
not-
application to use, to get approval from the township to run their independent event.
So it's called the Hellertown area library, not the Hellertown Lower Saucon library or Lower Saucon Hellertown library.
That I
Even though
understand.
historically we provided most of the funds.
But what I'm saying is, if we just let these things go, we cease to exist, in effect, okay? I'm talking to
I
you.
would disagree with you with that. Again, this application comes before us, the applicant creates their name, it's not our job to tell them how to name their event. Our job is to review it and to decide whether it's an appropriate application under our guidelines.
Excellent. So why don't we then suggest, hey, you're asking for our approval, how about we switch the name around? That's all. I don't think that's really hard. Hey, you guys want to have, close relations with them, let's see what they might do for us. Just a simple thing like a name switch. It's a suggestion.
All right, let's have a roll call.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon. Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Cordero.
Yes, I want to thank the organization for bringing this before us. I think it'll be a wonderful event. I'm proud to support it.
Mr. Courage.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Make a motion to direct the township, the acting township manager to write a letter to the President Pro Tem of Saucon Valley Conservancy, Roger Jerzak, bringing to his attention the historical timeline that I just provided in my comments, and inquiring as to the name of the Heritage Day, and ask as to why it is named that way, and whether Lower Saucon's historical primacy and significance to the area would make it more appropriate to name it the Lower Saucon Hellertown Heritage Day.
I'll second that.
Is that a comment?
I think it is a
I think
motion.
that's a waste of
Motion.
time. It's not the Conservancy's event itself. There's 3 organizations involved. And it's ridiculous to ask people to change the name of their event.
I'm not
You
asking to
can
change
go
the name.
personally ask
That
them.
wasn't my motion.
There's a motion.
My motion,
second, so-
and he's the one who provided the indemnity and hold harmless agreement on
Right,
behalf of the
that's
Conservancy
my comment
that's
then.
attached to the special application, special event application. He's the name of the chief officer of the organization on the application. If you read this, that's the person who is identified as being the point person for this application that has been presented to us. So that's why I'm asking that the letter be directed to him, because he put himself out there as being the face of this. He's identified himself as the president pro tem of the organization. I don't mean to add to his burdens in any way, but he seems to be the person who's in charge. So who are we gonna author it to? Maybe the same people that are gonna magically take the trash away.
Let's do roll call.
Ms. DeLeon.
Do you need public comment?
No.
Hold on. Public comment?
There's no public comment? No public comment. Now we do the roll call.
Ms. DeLeon.
No.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Cordero.
No, I'm sorry for the interrogation to this organization.
Interrogation, not even here.
Mr. Croce.
Yes.
Ms. Ray. Crucial affairs.
Racing Lower Saucon history, right there before your eyes. Doesn't matter.
I don't see how when it says Saucon Valley.
So the next
Right
item
there.
was,
There's a
bringing
gentleman out
back.
there who's muttering in the audience, can you please get him to quiet down, I can't hear you.
Next item is the
I'm muttering when I want to.
miscellaneous business
Do it
item,
again, I
which
can't
is
hear
the
you. I can't hear you.
approval of the
Can you
March
control it?
sixth council meeting minutes. The March sixth, 2024 council meeting minutes were previously tabled. They're ready for council's review and approval. Page 31, lines 11 through 29 have been reviewed and are attached. They show the corrections, so a motion to approve the March sixth, 2024 council minutes with the corrections that we have.
I'll make a motion.
I have to make a motion.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that we were right. There should be a question mark there. And for people who were saying, there's quite a few changes. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 14 or 15 words added. And 1, 2, 3, 4 removed or 3 removed, 4 removed. So I think people were like, well, the transcript's a transcript. What do you do? It was obviously inaccurate, and that's why we made a motion to table it last meeting, which some people took objection to. But I think it's important to get minutes right. And I know Diane does her best, but it's tough with Ms. Optop interrupting all the time and talking over people. But she does a great job, and in spite of the rudeness. Thanks for having these done. And I'll vote yes. But I don't know if we're voting yes.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that. First, I'd like to thank Tom for, pointing out the discrepancies here. Clearly there are discrepancies. There were comments earlier, when I had suggested sending a letter to Roger Jerzak about questioning Lower Saucon being listed second on this despite its historical significance to the area, and that's a waste of time and energy. Okay, that's a waste of the staff's time.
Right.
But to simply put a question mark in where we suggested it was needed, that's not a waste of township staff time. That's something that they should be burdened with. Waste their time when they're short-staffed because they don't have a township manager. That's what's the priority of these people. So those are my comments, and I agree. I'm thankful that this was corrected. I know that Diane does a really good job generally, and these meetings are very long, and sometimes it's very difficult to understand what's being said with some of the rudeness of people talking over, the lack of control of the meetings by the acting council president, interim or vice president. So, I give her credit for what she does, and I still feel she's worth twice as much, particularly when we have a council person who can't even be in a meeting and is often only garbled nonsense. I can't wait to see the next minutes and how person that's going to be very important.
Or can we have a roll call?
Mr. Benonis,
Oh, yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delion.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next item is the approval of the March 2024 financial reports. The reports were attached. I would make a motion to approve the March 2024 financial reports.
Second.
Any comments from the board?
No comment.
Okay, anybody in the audience will comment? Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delion,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, and next are council and staff reports. So Kathy, you are first.
Yes, I do have a few things. first, I wanted to let everyone know that the yard waste collection facility will be open for drop-off yard waste this weekend, April 19th, and open Fridays and Saturdays until November and they're open 9 to 1. And we're continuing the same operations as we did last year. I also met with the Bethlehem landfill to discuss the spring cleaning day identified in the host agreement. That day has been determined to be June 1st. We will have coupons available at the township for the day so we can ensure residency and be able to give the operators of the landfill a number of residents that are scheduled to be there.
Kathy, can you just describe what that is, the spring or cleanup?
In the new host agreement, there's a day in the spring and a day in the fall that's scheduled where the landfill will take home trash for free.
Any garbage.
Any garbage that's acceptable to them and that's permitted, and I was going to come down that there's on their website, they do have unacceptable items listed on their website. So I would have the residents take a look at that to make sure and that they're not trying to throw out things at the landfill that's not permitted.
Like TVs and things like that. Things that need to be recycled, they can't take it.
Refrigerators, things of that
Yes.
nature. And actually, the landfill does have, if you do have those certain items that they are not permitted to accept, they do direct you to local companies or vendors that do take those type of materials.
For a fee.
For a fee, yes. But for this particular event, it's free for the residents.
So they would have between now and June 1st to get a ticket from the township
We'll have the
office.
tickets here, the coupons available here, which would have the landfill's providing them, the Bethlehem landfill's providing it, and they'll have everything detailed on there as to what to do. The landfill has operators will be on site to assist the people that are coming in. And we're just doing it by a coupon method. This is a good way of trying to track how many people are going to be utilizing the service. It's also, we can ensure that residency is being adhered to.
Right, Lower Saucon Township residents only.
Correct.
Not gonna let BI University take their asbestos up on that day.
Correct.
Like they have in the past for
We'll develop a system in-house to make sure that we, are collecting IDs. So that will be on our website. It'll be on the coupons that are available here. We'll get it out on our newsletter as well. I also wanted to let everyone know that the Public Works Department is working on the Reading Drive culvert. We are on schedule by the week of May 6th to be complete. The only items that would expect delays would be due to weather. I also wanted to advise to council that back in June of 2022, we entered into an agreement with Northampton County Conservation District to help fund this project under their dirt and gravel and low volume roads program. The amount provided was $262,298. I'm happy to report that Northampton County Conservation District had additional funds in their program, and they approved an additional $95,816.04, making the total amount available of $358,114.04.
That's additional money that's coming to us from
From Northampton County Conservation District. Our Public Works Department is performing or doing the work and using municipal vehicles. That's our in-kind contribution, which is required of the grant. And we estimated after reviewing that the total amount of this project was $531,167.89, and the total cost to the township would have been $173,053.85, but in actual physical dollars, it's $47,810.96. The rest of it is in-kind contribution. I also want to let the council know that we are working on the newsletter, and that should be coming out soon. Also that zoning hearing board meeting is scheduled on Monday at 7 o'clock, and that our offices are closed on election day, April 23rd. Please go out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right, Jason?
things. The township received, was copied on a letter, this is April 16, 2024, from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. This letter was addressed to Dave Panucci, the regional engineer of Bethlehem Landfill Company. And this talks about the engineers meeting that was held at the Bethlehem Landfill on Wednesday, March 20th. Talks about the pending permit applications. It was a minor permit application, minor permit modification that was submitted. And there was a investigation that took place by DEP. They noted that there were a total of 29 monitoring wells, a total of 10 active abatement wells, 104 vertical gas wells that were installed, 34 horizontal collectors in place. They talked about the VLC SEM report showing the readings of existing hotspots in the southwest corner had decreased and were below 500 parts per million action limit. Everywhere else was below 100 parts per million. Talks about the leachate flow, their site observations, litter fencing was deployed. There were no issues that were observed. Odor, there were no offset odors that were detected. There was a slight gas odor detected near the southeast corner. The daily cover, there were no issues observed. The intermediate cover, there were no issues observed. Liner systems, no issues observed. Stormwater, the sediment trap, and the maintenance building was repaired. And they talked about including site operation monitoring, radiation monitoring, truck safety, leaching management, report submittals. And the report goes on and has some more details to it. But essentially, there were no problems that were found by DEP during that investigation, despite all the hysteria that you may hear otherwise. And then we have the Bethlehem landfill odor complaint log from January 5, 2024 to April 16, 2024. And of course, there are dozens and dozens of complaints that were made. And this is a 10-page document, and most of the addresses are very similar. There's Johnston Avenue in Steel City, there's Apple Butter Road, Countryside Lane, Johnston Avenue, Apple Butter Road, Sherry Hill Road, Johnston Avenue, Unknown, Reddington Road, driving by Kings Mill Road. I wonder who that is. Reddington Road, Johnston Avenue, Wilson Avenue, Johnston Avenue, Lower Saucon Avenue, Johnston Avenue, Riverside Drive, Hickory Lane, Reddington Road, Riverside, goes on and on and on. So you can see here that the landfill odor complaint log machine has ginned up its reporting. We talked previously at prior council meetings about the decreasing number of complaints that were reported month over month. And what's striking here is these complaints are in the winter months, January, February, March, when you would expect most people, though we did have a few nice days in there, when most people would be generally indoors. So we can expect that these trends will likely continue. Credit to those who find the time to go out and concoct this kind of nonsense to try to slur the operations of the landfill that otherwise, according to DEP, seems to be perfectly fine. So that's it, I think, for my council report. I just thought that was important for the public to have some awareness of those details and how this anti-landfill machinery operates and what the real facts are out there.
And, like that, you know they're the same properties because there's a column of the distance from the landfill. It's down to like a tenth of a mile, sometimes under a mile. And it's the same people complaining. It's the same people. I think the one on Kings Mill was over 1.5 miles away. Nobody else, between like half mile and 1 mile, there's no complaints. There's like 1.5 miles away. Amazingly ginned up nonsense. But that's just that's I guess what they're relegated to at this point. Kathy, you mentioned the newsletter. You usually get an email asking council members if they have any suggestions for articles for the newsletter. Were you told not to send that out?
Actually, this newsletter has been worked on for quite some time.
Right.
I don't know if an email went out to, I'll have to research it. and get back to
Have you
you.
been given direction by anyone
No,
in the council?
no.
That's any content in the newsletter? Okay.
Nothing.
I received an email asking
I
for
didn't.
content.
I didn't. Well, the sheet, give us off emails, so I need to know.
I received one, I didn't say I wrote one, I said I received
No,
one.
but I'm sorry, you're right.
From the township,
Right,
so.
and
I
the
thought
president,
council-
Ms. DeLeon, probably told them to keep us off. probably told us to keep chasing them out. Jason don't think that one either, so. That's what we mean. I guess they just have to continue with the right to notice. So we get information that we should be able to get just by asking. Okay, apparently not. Not with the cover up here and the clown show. So. All right, I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
No, we're not making a
Motion
motion to
adjourned.
adjourn the meeting.
All in favor?
The meeting is not adjourning.
I'll try.
So
I'll call Rush.
Priscilla,
Don't forget your letter.
council report.
I have nothing for a report.
Okay. Victoria?
Thank you. Just a couple things. First, I want to highlight our Saucon Rail Trail. If you all didn't know, the rail trail had been working hard on getting special signs created that would highlight the historical history of the rail in the different sections of the Saucon Rail Trail, and those signs are now complete. And so I think the township is in the process of working with the Saucon Rail Trail and getting the Biggin Road sign installed, which will be wonderful. I think it will add to the rail trail. I know a lot of people use it, so I wanted to make sure everybody look out for that sign when it comes up. The other signs will also go in. So I think it's going to be great when it happens. I also wanted to report that I had the opportunity to attend PSAT's conference. The conference is sponsored by the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors. That also applies to council people, and it's a statewide event where councils and supervisors from all over the state come to Hershey to learn about different matters involving townships, zoning, planning, Parks and Rec, EAC. Also, you get the opportunity to hear from state representatives on legislative updates, fire services also. There are two and a half days of classes that you can partake in, that everybody gets the opportunity to partake in, but then there's also a lot of networking. I had the opportunity to meet with our neighboring township, Williams Township supervisors, and that was wonderful, as well as Hanover Township as far as networking goes, as well as state representatives, classes that were very informative on various topics. One thing I thought was very insightful related to fire services was the idea that right now in the state budget, there is a proposal to increase the amount of grant funding available to volunteer fire companies to receive funding for their various apparatus and things. Typically, the amount that the state considers is $30 million, and the proposed budget is an increase to $60 million. So it would double the amount available to fire services like ours to receive state grant funding. So I would encourage everybody to contact their representatives, state representatives, to encourage that they support the budget as proposed to help our fire services specifically. In addition, I think by questioning tonight to the fire company was very enlightening about how much time that they spend to support us, not only to get trained and actually respond to fires, but also the amount of time it takes for them to create their reports and do things. And something that I became aware of, especially at PSATs, is the idea that we can have a paid fire chief in our township that would help support and offset the amount of man hours that our fire company is spending to do these reports and other administrative tasks, so that our fire company isn't so burdened, and that they would have the opportunity to spend their time volunteering for the township, but also spending time with their families and work time, so they're not burnt out. I'm sure many of you heard about how much time it took for the fire company to get trained and to respond to fires, but they also have all this administrative time. It's a tremendous amount of volunteer time, and I want to encourage our volunteers to remain volunteers and to continue serving our township. I think it would be appropriate for the township to look into seeing about us providing a paid fire chief for our township, so that we can encourage and promote our volunteerism and enhance the services to our township moving forward. So I was hopeful that the township can look into, seeing what we can do about a paid fire chief as we can. And that is my report. Thank you.
How would one paid fire chief promote volunteers?
All right,
Makes sense, or logical
for my
sense.
report, I also attended the PSATS conference. I attended many sessions. I don't have my notes prepared to talk about those things, but I am going to talk about some of the other meetings that I went to recently that I'm liaison to. One is the Lower Saucon Township Historical Society Board meeting. They are one of the groups participating in the Heritage Day. They operate the Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse, but because of its location way out, they decided it would be best if they consolidated and did their location near the other two sites that are involved. So they're actually sharing space with the grist mill in Hellertown. So they have enough building space there and parking space to accommodate them. So they will be there. They have all kinds of things happening down there. I know they said the farm is bringing in some oxen, because I know in the one building there, they have all sorts of old farm equipment there. So that's part of the heritage they'll be highlighting, is the farming. They're also looking into working on a project to get some historical markers. So that's an upcoming project for them. I also attended the Parks and Rec meeting. Quite a few things there. Let's see. One suggestion that they had made maybe was possibly if we might want to have suggestion boxes out in our parks. And they had an idea of how we could do that and make it waterproof, that people could put their comments and cards into, I think it was old ammo boxes, and they're waterproof, so they could attach it to a pole or a pillar on the end of the pavilion, and just have people put in comments if they see a problem in the park or something that needs to be repaired or fixed or something like that. People could leave comments that way. We also discussed, a bunch of ideas here. One thing that came up is that there was an idea thrown out to have a fun softball game with Hellertown versus Lower Saucon, and it would just be a fun game, probably mostly older folks. We would do it at Community Day. So they're just getting started on working on that idea, but I think there's quite a few people that are already throwing out ways that we can do it. The mayor's interested. I think the former police chief was interested, thinks it's a great idea, so they're gonna get together some more details and let us know.
The police chief is investigation.
Who's indicted?
No, our former police chief, Guy Lesser. So he thought it's a great idea, and he actually has a suggestion on equipment we can use that would make it safe for people that don't really know how to play baseball, like me. So I think that'll be a fun thing to do. I also attended the EAC meeting, and find my to-dos. I know at that meeting there was a number of residents that actually came forward with some stormwater issues, so we should look at that as council. But a lot of them were along Lower Saucon Road, out in the end going towards Williams Township. So one in particular is like off the old golf course there. The road is really severely being undercut with the washout. So we wondered if maybe we could do something with the park there to help prevent that, or keep our roads from getting washed out there. There was also some interest in possibly looking to see if we could expand our Adopt a Road program more. Seems like the roads that we have are always adopted out, so if we have more residents interested in adopting a road, we wanted to see if that would be possible to do. And we also, we want to reestablish the Open Space Committee. We did select members, so I guess we can put that on for our next agenda to discuss that. And I think that was all from them. That's all I had, thank you. Do we have a solicitor report? Brian left, so we don't have an engineer report. Somehow he sneaks out. All right, do we have public comment on non-agenda items?
My name is Mary Ann Barber and I represent the Bethlehem landfill. 2 days ago, we were notified that the township solicitor filed papers with the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas in one of the 5 lawsuits that are pending against the Bethlehem Landfill Company and the township related to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill. That filing was made in the lawsuit that challenges the legality of the township's release of certain contractual restrictions on some of the property that's proposed for the expansion. Although the township is a defendant in that lawsuit, the solicitor has filed what is entitled a joinder brief to plaintiffs and interveners' preliminary objections to the preliminary objections of Bethlehem landfill. This essentially means that the township has jumped to the other side of the V in this litigation, joining with the plaintiffs in the legal arguments being made by individual resident objectors like the Petries, St. Luke's, Bethlehem Township, and the D&L Heritage Quarter to undo the prior council's release of the contractual provisions and restrictions contained in 1994 documents. We know that it's council's plan to reverse the prior council's position in this lawsuit and the 4 other lawsuits, and join with the opponents in their challenges to stop the expansion. We know this because Ms. Optoff and Ms. Ray have said that in writing in documents that we discovered as a result to right-to-know requests. Monday's court filing is the first public step that's been taken by the new council majority to accomplish that goal. However, remarkably, this decision to direct the solicitor to make this filing and essentially change legal positions was not made or even announced at a public meeting. Presumably, although I don't know this to be the case, a majority of council directed the solicitor to file those papers to join in with the opponents during the executive session that preceded the April 3rd council meeting.
That did not happen. That did not happen.
Which is an issue because if the solicitor made the filing without direction from council given at the executive session, that in and of itself would be a violation of the home rule charter.
It is, would be.
And with respect to items discussed in executive session, although litigation strategy can be discussed during such a session, any official action that's resulting from such discussions must be voted on at a public meeting, which it was not. The township's decision to fundamentally change their position in the litigation and direct their solicitor to file papers accordingly is an official action under the Sunshine Act that was required to be voted on at a public meeting. The township's failure to do so is a clear violation of the Sunshine Act. I would like the record to reflect Bethlehem Landfill's objection to that action. Had the decision to change course in the litigation been appropriately voted on in a public meeting on behalf of Bethlehem Landfill, I would have objected to the propriety of Ms. Optoff Cordero's participating in that vote because of her clear conflict of interest in the matter and would have demanded that she recuse herself. Here are just some of the facts evidencing her conflict of interest. Her parents, Lawrence and Margaret Optoff, have claimed under oath that a proposed landfill expansion will decrease the value of their property. Ms. Optoff has publicly taken the position that proximity to landfills has a negative impact on property values. Her parents were parties to 3 separate lawsuits to stop the expansion of the landfill, one of which is still pending. Ms. Optoff, who is a lawyer, worked directly with the attorney retained by her parents, Mr. Gary Astak, to fight the expansion. Upon information and belief, Ms. Optoff did substantive legal work in those cases, including legal research and fact gathering. She worked with Attorney Astak to develop legal strategy. She assisted with the retention of experts. She acted as a liaison between her parents and the other individual opponents and Mr. Aztak. She sat at council table with Mr. Aztak during numerous proceedings. In fact, the court reporter in the conditional use hearings listed her, as well as Mr. Aztak, as counsel of record for the opponents. She was the founder and the spokesperson and media contact for Citizens for Responsible Development, a grassroots landfill opposition group whose tagline on their website is "Fighting LST Landfill Expansion." And she has raised funds to fight the expansion, including for the payment of legal fees and expert fees in the various pieces of litigation, both currently pending and in the past. Public officials are prohibited from using their authority for the private pecuniary benefit of any member of their immediate family, which Ms. Cordero knows because she recused herself from an issue that involved a development in which her sister lives just a few weeks ago. The use of the authority of that office is not limited merely to voting, but it also extends to any use of authority of office, including but not limited to discussing, conferring with others, and lobbying for a particular result. It is well settled that a municipal officer must disqualify herself from any proceeding in which she has or an immediate family member has a personal pecuniary interest that is immediate and direct. Ms. Optoff has taken and continues to take countless actions to stop the expansion, which she believes, based on her statements about the impact a landfill has on property values, will financially impact her parents. On this basis alone, she should recuse herself from participating in any decisions regarding the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill. It is also well settled that in quasi-judicial proceedings, a public official must recuse herself if there is even an appearance of bias, prejudice, any potential for non-objectivity. Ms. Optoff's cumulative actions over the last 17 months clearly demonstrate her bias in this regard. The public's interest in the continuation of landfill operations that result in 1/3 of the township's revenue source must not be jeopardized by the acts of Ms. Optoff Cordera, who has a direct pecuniary, personal, and private interest in stopping the landfill from expanding. She cannot be allowed to make decisions about litigation against the township and the landfill in which she directly and actively participated in as a lawyer and as the daughter of parties to such litigation. She should not be permitted to vote on any actions related to the expansion of the landfill because it will directly affect her parents and therefore her pecuniarily, and she has exhibited a predisposition and has taken cumulative public actions demonstrating her bias against the landfill. Therefore, on behalf of BLC, Bethlehem Landfill Company, I am demanding that she recuse herself from participating in and voting on any actions related to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill, including but not limited to decisions regarding the pending litigation against Lower Saucon Township and the Bethlehem Landfill Company. Thank you.
Now, I'd also like, there was an executive session, there was no vote in the executive session for that, and I was there, Jason was there. Kathy, we brought into the room, even though our solicitor tried to keep her out of the room for this particular purpose, I believe. We insisted that she be there, and it finally relented. So you have some witnesses.
I'll concur with what Tom said. This is shocking and stunning, and the reason why I'm sitting out here at the table looking back is I want to see the looks on these despicable people that have undertaken these activities in ethical violations. I mean, as an attorney, you should know better. You should know better. You wouldn't even tell us who you're negotiating with. You undertook filing a joinder brief without any authority from this council. It was never discussed, not one time. You filed it, and you didn't even serve a copy of it on council. Explain that. I hope that the landfill reports both of you to the disciplinary board and that you get what is deserving of you. The township taxpayers and residents deserve much more than this. To act this way, to act in secret, to do these kinds of things, I won't even sit on that council with you. I will not lower myself to a low ethic that you people have. Unbelievable. And you think you can just do these things? You can just do them without any consequence? Because you sit there, because you've been elected, because you've been appointed an interim solicitor? You people have no ethic whatsoever. You are deplorable. You should resign. And I'm going to make a motion right now that we fire Steve Gutsuzian as the interim township solicitor. To undertake actions like this without direction, on top of everything else that has happened in the 2 months since you've been the interim solicitor, beyond the pale. It is truly beyond the pale.
I'll second that motion. Please, please, if there's a public comment, please, and some other things to say on this.
Anne Marie Slavic, I'd like to work with this woman. I'd like to reiterate my comment.
We have to have council discussion on the motion before we have
Okay.
public comment, I'm sorry.
That's okay, just let me know.
I think that last comment means Jason was out.
Do you want to go first?
Well, I'm.
And before we do anything, it's my recommendation to the council members that have not already spoken that when we talk about executive session as concerns for reasons why we want to keep that private and why we do not want to provide strategic information or other information. So I suggest that you keep that in mind.
And also, we can't put a motion on with the new agenda law.
No one instructed Mr. Gucci to do anything in that executive session, nothing. And he did, and that's the problem. You should have come out, if we're gonna do something, you should have come out and announced what we're gonna do and vote on it publicly. Because that was decided what to do. And that's why you said it's a Sunshine Act violation, a rule charter violation.
And the taxpayers will pay. They will pay for this malfeasance, and they should be outraged.
I'm inclined to vote no against firing our solicitor. I think that's the motion on the floor.
And I think we could do a motion.
Maybe we can.
On the agenda, I'm not sure.
Sure we can.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to.
All right, on the next agenda, firing and or acceptance of resignation of Steve and Susan as interim solicitor.
You're amending your,
I'll withdraw my motion, I want on the next agenda. No, I withdrew my motion, on the next agenda is going to be an item, which will be, firing and or accepting the resignation of Steve and Susan as interim solicitor.
Yeah, I'll second that.
And I also want reimbursement, also to include the discussion of reimbursement for any amounts that have been billed to the township for undertaking activities that were not approved by this council.
I'll second that.
That's again another motion.
It's not a motion.
Yeah, it
it's
wasn't a
instruction. We have to
motion,
do
but
this.
Tom's
You were
making a
listening earlier, we don't have to do this.
I seconded Jason's motion.
He's not making a motion.
I'm not making a motion, we discussed earlier to put things on the agenda, why could we make a motion, so just asking for it to be put on the agenda.
Yeah.
Go on your second. There's nothing to second.
What do I need?
You just need to second it. so-
I don't need a second, it's just gonna be on the agenda, because I requested it to be on the agenda.
I heard what you said, I didn't know if you needed a second.
I appreciate that.
Over on any other
All
public?
right. Yeah, public comment on anything?
Yeah,
Started.
she was sitting, there was
Okay. But we were in the middle.
reiterating there's no, clarity on this council. People were voted in, and the voters who probably voted for you probably don't even know what's going on here, and they don't probably understand it, unfortunately. As I've said, the last 2 times I came to the meeting, this is very, very, you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted. You wanted him to be the interim solicitor, you insisted on it. You said, we're waiving all the normal, whatever you do. You know, I'm not well versed in all this, but I understand.
They were the conflicts.
You waived we don't want to know his background, we don't want to know his business, but why? See, people need to ask you why. The taxpayers need an answer. And now this kind of thing happens. Again, I reiterate my comments earlier. You're not to be trusted. You're shady. And now we know why.
I would add to what you pointed out.
Yeah.
When this first came up, it was said to us, well, there are no conflicts. And then, subsequent to that, there was a request to waive conflicts. So if there were no conflicts, then why was there a need to waive conflicts?
Why is there no
Because there are
right.
conflicts, that's the answer
Right,
why. And they knew
transparency.
they knew there were conflicts, and they tried to cover up the conflicts until we exposed the conflicts, and then they had to deal with it. And then now everything's after the fact, rather than being transparent and open and honest and forthcoming about this, and agreeing that there is a conflict up front, they instead try to hide it. And here's another example of them trying to hide things.
Yes.
Over and over and over again. They've been in the majority for 3.5 months.
Yeah.
And it's countless. The amount of times of the cover-up is countless.
From now on, anything that you propose or anything you fight against, which is why I say you're always fighting against everything, and you're complaining, and the audience complains about Tom and Jason constantly questioning everything, and you want to just shut it up. Basically, you want to shut up anybody who questions the government. How much money is the Hellertown Library spending? What's the money for? We need to see financial statements, and there's no reason why we shouldn't. And there's no reason why you should cover for them. There's no reason for it. Let it happen. Ask the questions. We want to know where the money's going. And we should know. And this is a perfect example. No transparency. Both of you 3 people should be voted off next time. And that goes for DeLeon, who's on the phone.
And I'd also point out, like, I think Ms. Garber pretty much insinuated that there's going to be lawsuits over the incompetence, right, of what happened in executive session, what happened when we came out, filing without public knowledge, and her being able to question. And so Mr. Goodsuzian's incompetence is going to cost township taxpayers probably hundreds of thousands of dollars before it's all said and done. Just on those procedural issues that he didn't know to follow or willfully neglected to follow. And that's just what we have for 180. We get the pleasure of paying $180 an hour for this type of legal advice, if you could even call it that.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, absolutely floored. Although I must say, while I was looking at the lower Saucon Fire and Rescue documents here, I had mentioned that they have what is called the Gold Seal, and that's part of their reporting process, and they are outstanding. Their financials, there's at least, I don't know, 8, 10, 12 pages of financials from the fire and rescue, right here, right open to the public, right? And you know, it's funny because I just thought, wow, they're so open and it's all here. Maybe they're whatever, but it's here, you can challenge it. So then this was today, yeah, I know, another day out of my life gone, looking at what, I don't trust the council. At least I don't trust certain people on the council. I trust the staff implicitly and others. The bottom line is, I then went and looked for Hellertown Area Library, right? To see how they were doing on their gold seal. Well, let me tell you, they have a mission statement. They have blanks for everything else, including program results, so they didn't even measure what they do. The financials, here it is on the last page, and it's easy, you guys can look it up on the web. Yeah, you gotta unlock the financial insights, you gotta pay for that, if they even have them. And my understanding is there are a couple of lawsuits, and I've endlessly talked about Judge Daly's ruling about this, but some clowns on this council just absolutely blow it away, smile at you and keep going on. Well, guess what? In terms of the landfill, which you guys like to euphemistically call it a dump, you talk about the smells, and yet you do nothing about the Bethlehem sewage facility. Then I hear we've got all this water run out that's ruining the roads and all. Well, every time that happens, guess what? Raw sewage into the river. Has anybody on this council ever said, maybe it's that? I guess they don't have noses, because you drive by that place and it stinks to high heaven, but everybody else seems to smell, yeah, I can really tell it's coming from the dump. Baloney. And these two guys ask the tough questions and you get mad at them. And Miss Optov Kadera is an attorney? Please. And she doesn't know even this conflict of interest and sunshine laws? And she was the one, by the way, that stood up at the landfill meeting and said, and Jason was running the meeting and said, yeah, well, it turns out that, yeah, all that sewage is getting dumped by the Bethlehem Sewage Authority. Thank you very much for that statement. Boy, I'm glad you're not my attorney, and yet you hire other people like this fellow over here. Now, by the way, I only have a little bit of time left, but the bottom line is, so I'm looking up things, and I'm looking up how, actually, the area library, and what do I see? There's somebody by the name of Gaduzzi in there. Laura, I think it was. I don't have that right in front of me. Wow, that was just a couple of years ago. There's no conflict of interest there. Then I remember somebody saying, gee, when we supposedly hired this new solicitor, that he didn't have any conflicts of interest. Then I heard other things that said, no, the agreement was that the council wouldn't look at any conflicts of interest. We could bury all those. And boy, did that rip me off when no sooner did the 3-2 thing go down, then I hear Victoria Optov Kadera say, and I make a motion, we hire him under the agreement. Now, I'd really like to see that agreement, sir. You can look down at your phone or your computer and all. Yeah, I can do FOIA, and I guess I will, along with the 10,000 others. And now the rest of you people that are on the council that don't know what FOIA is for, you're gonna find out. And the council is gonna get sued. And we, the taxpayer, are gonna pay for it all. And I don't see all the nattering nabobs of negativity, to use an old phrase, in the audience. And I don't see a lot of press here. The Morning Call and all the others that just love to throw other things around. They better get their teeth and their hands around this one. It's real. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. That's for sure.
Adjourn.
Now we have another public comment.
Good. Motion.
Hey.
Mark,
Hey.
are you talking, Mark?
The first thing I'm gonna say is the way I take Mr. Bananas' comment when he walked away from his chair up there is that he just resigned from council. So, somebody needs to look into that. Don't talk, I'm talking, shut up. I listen to you.
Mark, say your name too, sorry.
Mark Ozimek.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, I wasn't happy with things the old council did, with what Bananas did, the way he ran things, the way he wasted township money on the hearings over in Sewaco with the out-of-town lawyer. And then when it came to be the other side's time to put on witnesses, he just kiboshed them and shut it off. So you're no better than what you're complaining about these people for.
So they're no
You're
good?
not, you're not. And to be honest with you, I ain't happy with both sides. I think you girls are getting walked all over and you're getting tanked. Bananas is smart. He's a dirty player and he knows what he's doing. And he's tanking you, he's stopping you. And a lot of people are probably watching. So whatever you did, or whatever Gaduzzian filed with the dump, because I don't know, you better have a good plan. And I hope there's some kind of backup that you come out with a surprise and you're all in the right. Because as far as I'm concerned, the entire thing is looking like it all needs to be changed, completely. Everybody. In whole. I'm not the only one who feels this way. So you're aware of it.
I don't get any credit, Jason, just you. My feelings are hurt.
Anybody
My
else?
feelings are hurt. I mean, I put up a good fight, Jay.
Time is 10:28.
Just not appreciated.
To make the motion to adjourn.
It's not appreciated.
I'll second it.
Roll call. Mr. Kurchi?
I was having too much fun, no.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
You keep away from me.
Take your letter.
Keep him away from me. Stay away.
On the sheriff party today.
I think you should run out the door and watch my truck.